Title IX was not just a sports law.
Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972 was 37 words long.
It's day one of the Women's Team Racing National Championships. And we've got 12 schools in the water, each in search of taking home the ultimate trophy. With temperatures set to reach the 70s today here in Boston, all we need is some wind to keep us afloat as we make our way through the round of 12 here on ESPN. Hey everybody, and welcome to the Charles River in Boston alongside Gloria, Kevlicuite, and Clay Johnson. Adam Giardino with you. And Clay, we're already a dozen or so races through our morning. What has jumped out to you so far in the standings?
Yeah, today's the first day. We had some good racing early on, and then a little bit of a wind delay provided a break, and it looks like they're back out there. Stanford is 3-0, which is no surprise. Those guys are a really strong team. One thing that jumps out a little bit is Yale is 1-1. They took a tough loss early on to Harvard. I still expect them to finish at the top, but wasn't expecting that one. But I think the leaders are making their way towards the top of the leaderboard, and we'll see more of that as we go on.
We're a couple of hours into our day, and yet we only have about 15 races in the book. So what's the forecast, Gloria, for today?
Yeah, so I'd say that the forecast is showing for about 8 knots consistently, with maybe gusts of 10 knots at the minute. It doesn't appear to be completely so. It seems like it's maybe about 6 knots, and the breeze does fall off at points in time. Very similar to conditions to what we were seeing the past few days over the Charles River, so it's really unlike what this entire spring season has looked like for a lot of these New England teams, as we had trained essentially in all very large breeze days. We're talking like weekend events were usually about 18 to 20 gusts of wind, and so these nationals conditions are very different from what all these sailors are used to.
Sailors that some of whom participated over the last 3 days in the Open Team Racing Championships, now getting a chance here today as we jump into our first race of the afternoon. Cool. It's day one of the Women's Team Racing Sailing National Championships, and we've got 12 schools in the water, each in search of taking home the ultimate trophy. With temperatures set to reach the 70s today in Boston, all we need is some wind to keep us afloat as we make our way through the round of 12 on ESPN. Hey everybody, and welcome to the Charles River here in Boston alongside Gloria, Kevlicuite, and Clay Johnson. Adam Giardino with you. And Clay, we're more than a dozen races into our morning. Take us through what some of that has looked like in the standings.
Yeah, today's the first day of the Women's National Team Racing Championship. We started on time with about 15 races before the breeze died out. In those 15 races so far, what stands out, I mean, Harvard and Stanford are at the top of the leaderboard. I certainly expected Stanford to be there. Yale took an early loss to Harvard, and they'll bounce back for sure and be up there. But so far, the leaders are rising to the top, and we're in for some more good racing.
Gloria, it's exciting that we've gotten through over a dozen races already, but this started a couple of hours ago, so wind hasn't necessarily been a friend of everybody so far today.
Yeah, it's been a southwest breeze direction with about 8 miles per hour. Only issue is that it's an 8 miles per hour that is slowly going to die throughout the day. And tomorrow's forecast doesn't look too promising either. We've seen this over the past few days with the co-ed team racing Fleet Race National Championship, rather than Open. And so, we're not sure what we're going to see on the Charles, but I'll tell you what, this light air is very different from what we've seen throughout the entire spring season in college sailing, as it's actually been quite high winds almost every regatta weekend. We're talking anywhere between 15 to 20 knots every single weekend. So this is definitely testing the sailors, putting them in, having them sail in such light conditions for national championships.
Clay talked about Yale being one of the teams to watch, and Harvard knocked them off in the 10th race of the day. We just completed the 17th race of the day. Yale lost again to Dartmouth. So the Bulldogs are now 1-2, and you've got 1 win, 2 losses. You've got 8 more races to go if you're Yale, but that has to be a little bit of a body punch early on.
Yeah, it's not the way they wanted to start, for sure. But they have 3 really talented boats, and they're one of the better teams here, and I look for them to bounce back. Certainly not how they wanted to start.
We're expected to be on race number 18, which is Brown and Cornell. Brown would be the red sails, Cornell in the black 4-5-6. That race was called back to the starting line, and so we will to wait and see what our first race of the day ends up being, if there's another race already on the water, if they're going to let Cornell and Brown re-rack here. The other race that has boats in the water, it's Tulane and Boston College. And so here's a low look. It's Boston College in the blue and Tulane in the pink, 7-8-9.
Yeah, so we're picking these teams up on the downwind as they approach Mark 3. Tulane looks like they might have a 1-2. I'm not sure if that Boston College team is going to get around them, or if both 7's going to be able to hold on to first place here. And they're not able to go there. So Tulane is going to round in a 2-3-6. Boston College in a 1-4-5, which is a winning combination at the moment. You just heard somebody on Boston College yell out play 4, so these teams are well aware of what they're trying to do.
I can only suspect that there it is, the jibe on to starboard from boat 17 from BC. I can only expect that she did that because her teammate ended up spinning and landing in the 6. So if they were in a play 4, that would not be the move. But given that the teammate had fallen back, she needed to go back and help.
Good conversion to a 1-2 at the leeward mark, and boat 17 did a nice job of taking out the highest placed Tulane boat. It looks like Boston College has a 1-2 going to opposite sides of the course.
Clay, you mentioned, okay, we could hear play 4, right? Maybe folks might be familiar with, maybe in football, you hear the quarterback call out a string of commands that is the secret, indecipherable code unless you're one of the players on that team. Sailing's very different. Play 4, everybody knows, your opponent knows what a play 4 is. why in sailing does there not need to be this caginess and the secrecy about what you're trying to run?
Yeah, there are 3 plays in team racing: play 1, play 2, and play 4. And there are only so many combinations, so all the teams know them. I guess there's a chance that teams do call them something different, but ultimately it ends up into what play you're going for, and you know what play your opponents are going for, and it turns into whoever can execute it the best. So it doesn't matter if the other team knows what you're calling. You're just making sure your teammates are alert and ready to execute the play. So Boston College, you heard them say play 4, and it actually divulged into something else, and they quickly changed it to a play 1. And as we look right here, Boston College is looking pretty solid. They're winning 3 pairs. 17 on the left, 16 in the middle, and 18 heading out to the right as the finish line comes into view at the top of our screen.
The format for this field is we've got the round of 12. It condenses down to the round of 6, which is different than open team racing, where it went from 16 to 8 to 4. So this will go from 12 to 6. And so fewer opportunities in this round in particular for these teams to pick up wins. Boston College already a 2-1 mark in their first 3 races.
I definitely want to see a little bit more tacking, trying to draw back the BC winning team at the minute. If I was losing, I'd want to get them to do as many tacks as possible, but just keeping it a bit minimal here. But at the same time, BC is doing an excellent job of just beautifully keeping everybody in their coverage zones. It's a tough part about going up against a team that's just executing everything well without mistakes.
An easy 1-2 finish here for Boston College as the Eagles improve to 3-1 through their first 4 races. Lone loss coming to Penn after victories over Charleston, MIT, and now Tulane. This was race number 19. We saw race number 18 get called back, Brown and Cornell. And so we'll wait and see if that's the next race that's on the docket. If they're able to regroup, College of Charleston and Stanford is due up next at 20. So a couple of races that could certainly be in the water as we make our way through flight number 5.
It looks like it's starting to get quite light out there. I can only imagine there's going to be a slight little delay here to get another race going.
So, Gloria, you had talked about at the top of this broadcast that all spring long, gusts have been close to 20, and these athletes, that's what they've been training in, that's what they're used to. Now that we've reached this weekend and we're seeing the wind conditions, it's not as if these sailors haven't been sailing in conditions like this before, but what do you have to remember if you're a sailor when for a month, 2 months in a row, you've been dealing with conditions that aren't this?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's like you just need to trust your prior training, right? And trust that you've put in the work off the water to be ready for instances like this. So the best thing you can do is, trust that you put the time in at the gym, you put the time in at the chalkboard, mapping all this out, and it's just a matter of when you're in light air, your mistakes do make a bigger difference. So it's minimizing those as much as possible, although that's kind of the golden rule of team racing across any conditions, but it's especially particular in light air sailing.
We've got 18 races in the books, most recently Boston College edging Tulane, and just as soon as we begin coverage here this afternoon on ESPN, we will step aside as we wait for winds to pick back up on the Charles.
I wrote all the time when I was little. I
was always writing novels and making up characters and stuff. I started sailing when I was little. I did all the summer camps in elementary school. I never really got into it competitively until high school, but my high school had a really good sailing program, and I sailed competitively and got recruited to Harvard. I entered college the fall of 2020, so it was all during COVID, so everything was online. And I just randomly stumbled upon The Independent, which is it was a very small newspaper at the time. I was managing editor and then forum editor, and then finally got to editor-in-chief my junior year to senior fall. It's a really cool experience to be there when people are pitching their articles and then see everyone's articles from start to finish. When I entered, it was a staff of, I think, 10 or 15 people, and they're publishing every month online. By the end of my tenure as editor-in-chief, we were publishing weekly, 20 pages, and there was a staff of about like 125. And so that really got built from the ground up. There was definitely a lot of issues along the way, so learning about, libel and defamation and what you can print, what you can't print. I'm actually writing my senior thesis on, the history of defamation and sensationalism in newspapers. I think my favorite one was that I just published 2 weeks ago. It was called For the Love of Doing Nothing. It really was a reflective, introspective piece about often lose sight of the ability to just sit and relax and enjoy where we are and where our feet are. What I am grateful that I did freshman year was that I tried so many different things. And I would really give that advice to other freshmen. I think there's so many opportunities at Harvard to take those leaps freshman year and discover what you actually really enjoy, so that by the end of your 4 years, you can be proud of the work that you've done and be proud of the families and communities that you've built around that.
Fingers crossed, this will be the shortest interruption that we have all day. This was the race 18, that was called back after getting underway. Cornell and Brown, they have regrouped. You can see it's Brown with the red, Cornell with the darker numbers, 4, 5, 6, getting ready to go in a race that could have implications. We'll see how these teams perform throughout the course of these 2 days. It could have implications at the top, but we expect this is definitely going to have implications on that 6-team cut line in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, one thing that's different between this regatta and the open regatta that just finished is the size of the field. So the open regatta had 16 teams, and they winnowed it down to 8, and this field is made up of 12 teams, and they're going to winnow it down to 6. So I think Brown and Cornell are certainly two of the top teams at this regatta and could make the top 6. And these are important races if you want to do that. It looks pretty darn light here as they're trying to start, and you can see that the teams were even struggling just to get up to the starting line.
It looks like we've got boat 5 and 13 kind of drifting down, very far down from the starting line at the minute. Breeze filling in nicely here.
The other thing that's a little different for those who watched the open regatta was mostly out of MIT, and sailing was done in front of the MIT Sailing Pavilion. The women's championship is being run out of Harvard and is very close to the Harvard Sailing Center. So we're kind of tucked down into the corner of the Charles River, trying to find the best possible place for breeze, but it's a slightly different race course than we sailed yesterday. Cornell looks like they had a really good start here, as it turns out, and it looks like they're winning 2 pairs sailing up towards the right side of the course.
Potentially even 3.
Even 3, you're right.
Yeah.
Pair in the back there.
5 in the back is looking pretty good.
Yeah, it was a tough start for 13 and 5. Just got stuck down there at the bottom of the box of the starting line. Just one of those things in the light air. It's just like, time and distance to the line. That's part of your pre-start routine homework. And it just seemed that the 2 of them just got caught with no breeze and not enough time to get up to that line.
Kudos to boat number 5. Boat 13 was pretty far back, and 5 was disciplined and tacked all the way out there, and sure enough, a little puff came through and had they not been there, 13 could have been a factor. So it was a good job of pair discipline getting out there and staying ahead of them and maintaining this 3-pair winning combination at the moment.
Yeah, Cornell has been kind of a dominating powerhouse over in Mesa District this whole season. So I'm interested to see how they're going to come up against a lot of these NISA teams. The Brown women's team has especially been strong in NISA, so this is definitely just goes to show that Cornell has been putting in the work to get ready for these nationals.
I'm going to ask what I think is a pretty obvious question. Is there an athlete that either of you two have ever competed with or against where you know they'd much rather compete in 50-degree weather than 70-degree weather that we're having today? Or is everyone on board that, hey, just let's get this into the 70s?
I mean, I generally like to sail when it's warmer.
Okay.
It's a
Yeah.
lot more fun. Now,
Yeah.
that
Yep.
said, I'm from the north, and if we ever had a regatta where it was cold, I tried not to let it bother me as much as maybe my southern opponents and counterparts.
Sure.
Say, hey, this is great for me. This is like home. But I think generally, the nicer the weather, the more enjoyable the sailing.
Yeah. I do prefer to sail in spray pants, so I need that like perfect, maybe 65-degree weather.
72 would be a little warm.
A little bit warm. I'd get a little toasty.
Yep.
So as we approach the top mark, Cornell looks to be in at least a 1-2. 3. 1-2-4, I guess. But certainly a pretty strong play 1. If I'm boat 5, I'm going to do everything I can to slow down my brown counterparts. And you can see their boat 5 is heading down, and now they're luffing up, and they're just going to try and put as much space in between 14 and 15 in the rest of the field.
Now, granted, that's going to be tough. This is one of those instances where it's one boat against 2 boats, so their job is not easy.
No, but I think that the theory is you slow them down as much as you can, but you always maintain having somebody behind you. Like you said
Oh, yeah.
yesterday, keeping an ace so that if something gets wacky up front, you're still winning a pair in the back.
That's right. Yeah, and the other thing is at the same time, you want to you want one of those boats to kind of sucker back with you, right? Like, it's okay to let that one boat go, so long as you hold on to one.
What's the strategy for 13 right now? They look like they're slowing down because they're trying to bring 4 and 5 back, 4 and 6 back to the pack as well.
Brown needs to catch somebody in first or second. They cannot win the race without a first or a second. So right now they're just thinking sail as fast as I can and hope to catch up. You have the advantage when you're going downwind because the wind's coming from behind, so you can sit on your opponent's air and slow them down. But they're just thinking sail as fast as I can and hope to catch up and have an opportunity.
Yeah, I would say, it's kind of tough because they're a little bit far from their being able to sit on one of those boats. When I
Right.
say sit on one of them, that means to kind of cover their breeze and that's the only way you really can slow down one of those boats. But they just happen to be just a little bit too far away to be able to make something like that happen. What they're doing well is they're just sailing the route of least resistance, right? So it's essentially just the way straight line to the next mark, not wasting any distance to get there.
And there's a big difference between being the third in a 1 with your opponents having a 1-2 and her being a lot of space and a little space. If they could have been a little bit closer at the weather mark, maybe they could have impacted their opponents.
Right.
But being further back, you can see here 4 and 6 have rounded with pretty much ease. They've set up their covering scheme up this last beat, and it's just that much harder to catch up. One thing I'm looking from the drone footage, there is some nice pressure up here. Something that maybe 13 can do is, if they can keep their head out of the boat while they're attacking these 2 boats and set themselves up so that they can get some of this pressure, maybe that's an opportunity to catch the other one.
Yeah, the breeze is coming in quite nicely here.
When you're in 13, are you, I guess you're in more of a desperate situation, so are you surveying a little bit of a wider net than you would otherwise?
I think it's really important not to panic and just say, I need to sucker somebody into a tacking duel, or I need to bang a corner. you know, at the end of the day, we're still sailing and we're trying to get to the finish line ahead of the other boats. So if you and your crew or your teammate can look around and say, hey, look at the breeze on the left, let's try to use that to our advantage, that might be an opportunity in and of itself.
Yeah. I would even say that I would want 6 to have tacked over a little bit sooner, just to make sure that their 13's in their coverage zone if anything were to happen, if any big shift were to happen in particular. And they did just that.
So
Pretty darn easy for Cornell when it was all said and done.
Yep. As we can see on the right side of our screen, Cornell's going to win this one with a 1-2. I mean, as a coach, as a team, those are the best races where the blood pressure's down and you can just sail fast and win the race.
Cornell up to 2-1 with the victory. They've also knocked off Wisconsin with a 1-2-3, falling to Harvard, who has been one of the bright spots in this field so far through the early going. With the loss for Brown, tough start for the Bears. Losses to Yale, Dartmouth, and now Cornell. So an 0-3 start for Brown. One of the favorites, Stanford, 13, 14, and 15, trying to add to its perfect start, a 3-0 start to the weekend.
So it looks to me like Stanford looks pretty in control at the moment over College of Charleston. Looks like they have a 1-2-5, which we talked about as a stable combination. They're in play 1, and their third place boat, number 15, has the lead on number 5. They're keeping an ace, as we like to call it, in the back here, just as a security. I'm always curious to see how teams go into their covering scheme in a 1-2 like this at the leeward mark. What I always liked to do was, if I was 13, I would sail straight after this mark, and just as boat 6 was about to tack, then I would tack, so that if they tacked anywhere, they'd tack into my cover. And let's see if they do that. See, the fear by not tacking right now is boat 6, so they do a good job tacking here. But boat 6 could have maybe tacked out a little earlier and been bow out, going to the left side of the course. As it ends up, 14's got a good grip on 6, and 13 has a nice grip on 4.
Lightening up a little bit on their upwind here.
Yeah, it does look pretty slow.
So to go over a bit more about these coverage zones that we were kind of referring to, so I would say that this coverage zone kind of goes off, it's essentially like cones. So for this upwind, we can say that both boats are essentially being covered in the coverage zone, and here now the coverage zones is changing a little bit. So we're going to have off the stern, off their side stay, and here we go. Stanford doing a great job of keeping both boats underneath their coverage zones.
So when 14 and 6 tacked simultaneously, who did it first? Is 14 just keeping an eye out on 6, and 6 trying to make something happen from behind, and so it looked like it happened simultaneously, but 14 maybe only did it because 6 did?
14, as the lead boat, is responding to the boat behind them. If they're in a good covering spot, they're just going to stay in that spot. You know, if done correctly, it's near simultaneous.
Right. They were ready.
Yeah, they're ready for it.
So Stanford still having a good control of 6 here, as 14 is still essentially would be able to cross if needed to tack, and 13 is right there to help if need be.
So way off in the top there, number 4, they were just trying to catch some wind and try and do something to get past 13?
Yeah, one thing that I've noticed just from these few races that we've seen is it looks like there's a lot of port tack on the last beat. So maybe the course is a little bit skewed, which also is a consideration. My first thought was, why didn't 13 go out with that other opponent to the side? But as it turns out, they're laying the finish line. So good on them for just sailing the course instead of necessarily going out to sail their opponent. So Stanford's going to win this one with a 1-2 and keep their record perfect.
So Stanford up to 4-0. Harvard and Dartmouth both 3-0 at this point. So it's a race at the top. Yale and Wisconsin in the water as well, along with Penn and MIT. And Yale and Wisconsin, the next race of note. It's Wisconsin that bowed out in the Open Championships in search of a first win here in the women's side. And this is Wisconsin, one of two programs competing in this 12-team field, along with the Penn Quakers, that are club status, not varsity status. They don't fall under that umbrella. And so it's just a different wrinkle, and it just shows the commitment of these athletes that much more to their craft and to their sport.
Yeah, that's very, very well said, Adam. I think it's definitely very hard for programs that don't have the varsity status, right? They don't have as much coaching, they don't have as much support, so it really is, like you said, it's those people are very passionate about what they're doing. They come out here, they're excited, they love the sport, and they do great with all the resources that they are given.
I mean, even insofar as where travel expenses on a weekend like this to make it out and compete, you've earned the opportunity to compete for a national championship, and the hurdles that can come with a club team in trying to find a way to just make that happen,
right,
versus under a Division I umbrella where you've got tens of millions of dollars in resources. That this can be a relative drop in the bucket. While not insignificant, but in the larger scheme of things, it's just what college athletics can do.
Right. Looking at this race with Penn and MIT, it looks like Penn has a potential 1-4-5. I wish Boat 2 would have tacked out a little bit earlier to get out of there, and just trusted that their teammate was going to hold onto that ace and really slow down there. MIT doing a really good job, I think, of sticking back, recognizing that they're in the losing side right now, and they're like, I need to make something happen. They're not making it happen, so I'm going to do it first.
It looks like there's a pass back opportunity here on the right side of the screen, with Boat 1 trying to slow down Boat 10 and let their teammate number 2 get around them. Similar pass back situation on the opposite side of the course. So we call these competing pass backs. And usually it's the team that can do it the fastest is the most successful. You can see Boat 1 luffing their jib. Probably need to get a little bit closer to be more effective. We're also sailing into shore here where an obstruction comes into play. And 10 peels off.
So a great way for one to really, really slow down Boat 10. Just like Clay said, you want to be a little bit closer. It looks like...
Yeah, so the obstruction came into play, and I'm going to predict that Boat 2 called for room to tack and then didn't promptly tack, and Boat 10 protested because they had a strong grip on them and lost it. So that's just a wrinkle that's going to affect this race here.
Yeah, and oftentimes you'll see something as silly as not properly hailing for room to tack at a national championship. Believe it or not, we've seen it happen before. But it's a very specific hail that it has to very specifically be drawn, where you have to show with your actual arm and call for room to tack. So you have to actually show it essentially kind of like a window wiping sort of motion. And if you don't show with your arm and the umpires can't see it, then it could just be a negated call.
So Boat 10 did a good job of waiting up for 2 and then sailing down to get in a a good covering position on them and pick them right back up after they completed their 720.
It looks like something on the left-hand side, the breeze kind of died down a good bit because those 3 boats are coming back pretty slowly over to the right-hand side.
MIT's still in a little bit of trouble here because boats 1 and 2 are in first and third. So 10 really needs to continue to clamp down on boat 2 and allow their teammates to catch up.
Yeah, if I was boat 10, I'd probably want to be just... I think they're in a decent spot. If they could get their bow out just a little bit more, that'd be great. And you really want to just hard trim on your main, right? So you really just want to tighten up your sails. And it's crazy how when you watch as the boom constricts by the main sheet, how quickly the other boat below you can slow down so long as you're placed in the right spot. Right here, I would say their boat is placed much better. What do you think, Clay?
Yeah, they're bow out and they are definitely in control. And you can see 2 is trying to wiggle to get free. But the 10 needs to do a good job here if MIT wants any chance of winning this race. We see the finish line come into play here on the right side of our screen. And I probably would have tried to pin boat 2 a little bit longer and really prevent them from coming out. You're going to need your teammates 12 and 11 to do a pass back on the far side.
Yeah, I'd be waiting for 12 to actually stop sailing forward and go all the way back.
Yeah, you're at the point now where 12 needs to go back, and you can see them slowing down and trying to do it.
It's one of those things where, you know...
So here, this might have been a mistake too, but 1 finished. So
right.
After you finish the race, you can no longer help your team.
Back, yeah.
So, yeah, so Penn needs either... MIT needs to slow down boat 2. 2 is just trying to finish.
And I would pin all the way past the mark. Here's that jibe, and I'd go straight for a pin here.
Yep.
Oh, but we're starboard. But maybe not a completed jibe here. A little bit tough when your main immediately switches right back over.
11 has lost 3, and 11 needs to get up there past both 2 and 3 now.
You can see how close we are to the finish and how little time they have. 10 and 12 really need to clamp down. Gosh, I wonder if 11 could just quickly do a jibe around, and 2's gonna lay, and they're gonna end up winning this with a 1-3.
12 could maybe argue they were lured there, but even then.
Looks like Penn's gonna win that one with a 1-3. That was a really close finish, and a good job by those teams.
Yeah, great job by the Penn Quaker there. I gotta say, it's one of those things in team racing where you have to make it happen first, right? So it's like if you wait too long and you wait too long for that right moment, like you're just gonna miss your opportunity. So if MIT had made that pass back happen on the left-hand side way earlier, I think that they could have come across with a win. But it's just one of those things of when you wait till the very finish line, oftentimes you just waited a little bit too long.
With the win, Penn improves to 3-1. There are 6 teams that advance. There are 6 teams right now with no losses or 1 loss. The 2 teams on your screen that were not pictured, those were the top 10. Wisconsin and Tulane also in the field, and we've got Wisconsin in the water right here.
So something that jumps out to me is the Brown Bears started with an 0-3 record. They're one of the top teams in my opinion. I think a little bit of it is the unfortunate order in who they sailed. I think they've sailed some pretty difficult teams already, so their record will probably improve as the day goes on. Stanford's still sitting at 1-2, looking to improve their record as well.
The Brown Bears with losses to Yale, Cornell, and Dartmouth. Those are the 3 teams so far for Brown. So opportunities to pick up more wins for sure. But again, after that loss to Penn, we saw MIT drop to 1-3. Penn improves to 3-1. And here we are with Yale, a prohibitive favorite over Wisconsin, and we'll look to see if the Badgers can't make something happen and shake up the top of the field.
Yeah, Yale's looking to get back on track with a win against Wisconsin. Right now they look to be in a 1-3-4, which is a winning combination. And I'm sure they're thinking about passing back the Wisconsin boat 15 and allowing their teammates to catch up and go around them. And that's exactly what 4 is doing.
Attacking in with overlap there, boats 6 and 15.
So Yale's going to round with a 1-2-4, it looks like. So that first Wisconsin boat, number 15, is just doing anything they can to slow down first and second from Yale. They need to pass at least one of them if they're going to have any chance of winning this race.
Yeah, and the covered zone is a lot further forward on a reach, which is why it's always so hard to try and get a cover when you're rounding behind the boat, the second place boat, if you want to.
Well, so boat 4's clear air is coming from here. And to make matters harder for Wisconsin, boat 4 owns the inside at Mark 3. So they're not really being completely covered, and they have the inside advantage as we approach this mark.
Yeah, if I was 15, there you go.
There they go.
Fight for that. Try and get something. The best thing you can do at this moment is maybe, just maybe, get a piece of the inside, right?
Yeah, that was a good attempt.
And now that Yale is on a wing on wing, they're headed straight downwind, I would say that it's a little bit easier to get a good cover on them. Just thinking about their coverage zone now would be off their, and they just switched it up, but let's say it's off of this guy, it'll be off of their rudder, and then it'll kind of be a corner zone like right here. So if these guys were to go to a wing again, then maybe, just maybe, they would have been in a pretty decent position to be covering them. But once again, it's tough. Look at 4 just punctured through with some speed.
And speed kills. I mean, obviously you need to be disciplined and a good team racer, but this Yale team is also really fast.
Yeah.
So it's an uphill battle for this Wisconsin group.
And I believe we have a lot of the returning players. Yale has won the Women's Team Race National Championship the past 2 years. I can only imagine they're going for the very 3rd title now. And I believe that they have for returning skippers, they have the same exact returning players for skippers from the past 2 years. So imagine the same roster skippers-wise, and they've got some newer crews, which I always like fresh legs, you know. It's always good to mix it up. And so now I'm curious to see how it'll play out for them this year.
Define the different responsibilities for those that don't know, skipper versus crew for the people in the boats.
Yeah, so the skipper is essentially the driver, so they're steering the boat around. They've got the big old tiller and the massive rudder in these boats to, make it go left, right, straight, and so on. And they control the mainsails, which is the massive sail you see on the boats. The crews have the responsibility, they have a huge responsibility of the jib, which impacts the boat in so many ways, as well as their actual weight in the boat. So weight in the boat matters a lot. So you never want any windward heel, which is the side of the tank where the wind is hitting first. You don't really want any windward heel, so the crew is constantly on their toes, just like very, very physical in the boat, on their toes, making sure the boat is balanced, helping make a lot of tactical calls for the skippers. So in team racing, they're extremely crucial because they're going to be making the calls. They're going to tell the driver, be like, hey, by the way, our teammate is actually losing their pair now. We need to go and do something about that. And so on. Clay, do you think I missed anything?
That was pretty good.
Both roles very equally important. So it's like, you can't have one person be bad at one thing and expect the boat to be good. It's like it takes just as much talent from the crew as it does from the skipper to be a successful boat. And the crews are, although they're not driving, they have just as important of a role in the boat.
What are we, off air, we had talked about there being an athlete for Stanford who has occupied both roles. How unique is that?
Yeah, I think, and I think we have one from Harvard as well, who used to be a driver, I believe, last year for their women's team, and then now is a crew. But very, very crucial, and we'll definitely get back to that. I think we'll see here with Cornell and Dartmouth. Cornell in 7-8-9, Dartmouth in 16-17, 14-15, 13-14-15.
So this is Brown and Harvard actually in the water. We do also have Dartmouth and Cornell elsewhere on the water as well. This is race number 24. Cornell and Dartmouth, race 23. We take a look at what we've got here in Harvard with that great start. We talked about Brown with the hard start, Clay, and it doesn't get any easier with their next opponent, their fourth of the day, Harvard.
No, it doesn't, but it looks like they jumped out to a pretty nice start. Boat 15 looks like they're leading the charge out to the right. 14 was winning their combination, and on the far side, 13 looks pretty good as well.
Yeah, Brown is definitely looking to win this one right now, especially as they've gone with a 0-3 record throughout the day. So,
wow, look at that big shift out there on the top of the screen. Those boats are reaching in. That might benefit Harvard a little bit just because that lefty shift has allowed boat 6 to maybe sail into the 1 or at least be ahead of 14 and 15. You can see all of this breeze come down from the top of our screen. It's going to be a puffy, shifty day today. And here it comes right here, and you can watch how it's going to affect these boats. And boat 5, whoa! Quick, almost auto tack out of boat 5. So that puff provided a little shake-up for this race. Maybe it was a good thing for the Harvard squad as it allowed them to get a little back into it.
Yeah, you can see they kind of let boat 5 get out on their own, which you never really want to do, especially with them coming in with a big gust here, and they're looking a little bit higher and faster right now than these guys in the lower right.
So something that's interesting is boat 6 sailed out into first place, and boat 13 for Brown had conceded the first place. And to your point, Gloria, the Brown team let boat 5 sail out by themselves, and 13 just conceded first, and they came back, and they're going to make sure that they stay ahead of that Harvard boat.
Yeah, so it looks like Brown still has 2 pairs. So you only need 2 pairs to win. So you're right, 13 has boat 5. 15 and 14 both have a decent grip on, I believe, boat 3 or 4 here on the right-hand side. But wow, it is so shifty out there. You can just see how these auto tacks are just making all the difference. On this super shifty stuff, how important is a good roll tack right now, Clay?
Really important. Boat handling in general is always very important, especially in team racing. But when the wind is light, you can gain a lot of speed out of your tacks, and that can be a huge advantage against your competitors if you're better. One thing we talked about when I was sailing is if you can do 3 tacks when your opponents can do 2, because you can just rip them really well and come out faster, it's really dangerous because it allows you to, 1, either get out of your opponent's cover if they're trying to cover you, or 2, if you're out of sync with somebody, allows you to get into sync with them. So it's speed kills, and it's an advantage. So it looks like right now Harvard has the 1 who's rounded the mark. Their second boat is out here hoping to tack and cross and to maybe a second place finish. And regardless, they're winning this combination. Boat 4 is doing a nice job of keeping an ace behind them so that at worst they're play 4. As we watch that second Harvard boat try to tack and cross and not quite make it.
Maybe even fouling there. It's one of those tough ones because you got to try, right?
Got to try. So even they're gonna spin, and they probably should still be in 4th, and Harvard's going to be winning with a 1-4-5 at this first mark.
I almost would have maybe stuck around, just made sure that 5 is being slowed pretty hard even before I round Mark 1, because now that 15 and 13 have rounded Mark 1, they can't actually go back before Mark 1, and now they're kind of just leaving their teammate to get 2v1'd.
They can unwind and they can go back, but they're just going to try and wait and make something happen on this reach leg. So Harvard's in a 1-4-5. Let's flash back to that first beat. You can see the big pressure come in on the top right, and it allows Harvard boat 6 to sail up into first place. And you can see that it even helps boat 5 over here get a quick puff and an auto tack and put them in a better spot too, right there. So just another example of how paying attention to the conditions on the Charles can help you out.
Easier said than done for somebody who spent 4 years paying attention to conditions on the Charles.
It's easy in a booth when you have a drone's eye view of the breeze coming down. You know, I always say I can sail a perfect race from the dock. And you can see even now there's more breeze coming down from the top of our screen.
Started our broadcast at 1 o'clock Eastern time, and we were still in a bit of a delay. Have things settled into a good spot here with the wind?
It's settled in, and there's racing, which is great, and what we can all we can ask for. It's still a puffy, shifty day in the Charles, as we've seen in this race alone. Different breeze strengths coming through and switching things up. So, but that's kind of what makes team racing fun, is the breeze is shifty. It puts a premium on paired discipline and executing the right plays, and keeps the race going throughout the end. It's not just very steady where maybe one team gets in front and can just sail away with it. So what I'm seeing here again is Harvard has the first. Looks like there are 2 brown boats in second and third. And then Harvard has a 4, and then they're controlling this pair. So Harvard's still in a 1-4-5 winning combination.
Yeah, Harvard's doing a great job of keeping the ace over there in the back end, boat 4, out on the course right. I would like to see their first place boat just sticking around a little bit closer, just in case their teammate needs some help, but at the minute it doesn't appear to be so.
Race that we had seen earlier that we jumped away from. Yale was in control of the race against Wisconsin. They did finish with a 1-2-3 against the Badgers, so Yale got a much needed victory. Back in the win column, they're up to 2-2.
one of the teams that we certainly expected to be in the round of 6, if not competing for the national title, with a couple of early losses, but getting their legs back beneath them.
So Harvard actually was able to convert that to a 1-2 at the bottom there. And boat 4 still has a good grip on their ace behind them, which is a pretty stable combination.
And boat 5 could put in maybe a little bit of a bump here, not necessary, but boat 3 is just 13 is just looking to round as close as possible to boat 5 if they were wanted to catch anything here.
So you can see 13 trying a few tacks, trying to sucker some of their Harvard opponents that are covering them into attacking duel. I've sailed in this spot a bunch in my college sailing career, where it's this kind of southwesterly breeze and you're tucked into this corner, and this last leg can actually be quite shifty and tricky. And I think pair discipline is really important, but you know, racing the course is also something that these boats need to consider, and having your head out of the boat, knowing where the finish line is, knowing what breeze is coming down is going to play a big role in these races.
Do you want to tell us a little bit more about how the breeze is so different from MIT Sailing Pavilion, even though they seem to be so close to one another?
Well, generally it's not that different, but tucked into this corner a little bit, as you round Mark 4, there can be some different breezes. And I think just today, on a lighter day where it's pretty puffy and shifty, you're going to see a lot of everything. We've seen boats pointing at the windward marks and the finish line on starboard and on port at different times today. So, like I said, pair discipline is going to be the most important. It's team racing, and ultimately that's what you want to do. But you also have to approach today by having your head out of the boat and looking for breeze and looking for different shifts to give yourself a good chance. You don't want to be sailing off to the side. So Brown's done a nice job of, even though they were losing 2 pairs, boat 13 got ahead of boat 5 and is now in a pinning position. And I see a red flag being doled out to somebody. Boat 13. That's not going to help the cause. Couldn't quite see what that was for.
Me neither, but the Harvard boats are doing a pretty good job of keeping now just boat 15 in their coverage zone.
Yeah.
Now for Harvard, just trying to keep boat 4 ahead of somebody.
Exactly.
As long as you finish 1-3, you're in good shape.
Right. So the two Harvard boats, they're going to try to finish with a 1-2 or a 1-3, and boat 4 is doing a nice job in the back of staying ahead of 14 in case something happens. Like, look at, there's another example. Some breeze came down, and that big shift allowed boat 15 to get a nice tack and maybe have a grip of boat 5. I think 6 needs to be closer and more effective at slowing down boat 15. I can't tell if 5 is laying or not. They're not. See, right now boat 5 is pinned and they can't tack. Boat 5 is pinned and can't tack. And that's a case of maybe of 16, and now they can't jive.
15 doing a great job matching here. Well done.
Oh boy.
Tough spot. 15 definitely wanted to stay just perfectly behind where they can get windward of them again, because now 5 may be able to tack out a little bit easier.
5 needs to finish this race. Even though they're in bad air from boat 15, they need to do it. And conversely, at the other side of the course here, 4 needs to hold boat 14 as long as possible and give their teammate, boat 5, an opportunity.
Yeah, just got to finish top 3 if you're
Exactly. 5 just needs to sail straight across the finish line, and it's fine. It doesn't matter if you're in bad air. Don't get a foul. Just get across that line to win the race. They're able to do it. 15 did a really nice job there of pinning the boat and sailing them downwind, and 5 ultimately got out of it. I think if I'm debriefing this race with the Harvard team, I probably, as both 6, tell them that they needed to get a better grip on 15 and really get closer and more effective to slow them down so that your teammate wasn't in that position.
Right.
But kudos also to both 4, right? We talked about it earlier. They kept an ace behind them, and at the end there, they were able to hold them off and make that pass back take longer and let their teammate get back into it.
Right.
I gotta wait for 10 to cross here.
So for Tulane, they've started out 0-4. Penn, meanwhile, is in pretty strong position at 3-1 to start the action. So they still trail Stanford, Dartmouth, and Harvard, the trio that remain undefeated. But for the Penn Quakers, they want to add another win to their resume and continue staying in that strong top 6 spot.
So Penn in the red sails. It looks like they're winning the combination at the front of the fleet right here. Boat 13 is ahead of boat 6. And then 15 is ahead of 4. It looks like they're in 3rd. Interesting. So that one Penn boat actually rounded, and now you can see Tulane is sailing back downwind, conceded the 1, and said, all right, our play is now play 2, and I'm going to go try and get involved with these teams behind me. So I would redistribute. If I was 4 and I was losing this combination, I would say, am I ahead of anybody? Yes, I'm ahead over here. I would try to go over there and stay ahead of somebody I was ahead of.
Yeah, do unto others as they do to you. So if somebody's coming on to you, try. If there's somebody else you can do it to, go find that person. Right.
Does that ethos rank ahead or behind? Have fun, race fast, make friends.
Yeah. Yeah, ahead. No, I'm just kidding. Ahead, definitely ahead. It's kind of like treat others how you want to be treated.
There you
Oh,
go.
not really, but.
You make a lot of friends that way.
Tulane here is trying to go play 2.
So this is where that piggy in the middle practice is just like being put to work. So when you practice, it's 3 boats. One person, the person in the middle is pretending like they're the opponent, and you're just practicing slowing them. Here, that didn't happen fast enough. 6 had not really much of an option but to just round. And now what I'd be looking for is for 5 and 6 to what we call just like build up a wall against these 2 red boats behind them. So essentially, like, they would turn into a wall where they go, when one goes up, the other one goes up as well. So kind of like this, they kind of just want to match each other. So anytime one comes down, the other one would come down as well. And essentially one of them picks up one of the boats from behind. So if I was boat 5, I'd be focused on this guy, right? And then if I was boat 6, I'd focus on them.
So
keep that ace.
Yeah, that pass back happened in the back, but this other pass back in the front
Is now the 13.
is going in favor of Penn. If Penn was on their game right now, they would pounce on boat 5 and convert this to a play 1.
100%. This is where the do unto others as they do unto you. 13's goal right now would probably be to go back on boat 5, whereas 5 would then be like, oh, okay, they're going to come back on me. I'm just going to go right back on their teammate. So it's one of those, you're in the middle, just do right back to their teammate. But tough one, just one little bad jibe there, and they kind of lost some speed. Still inside of 14, but kind of lost a little bit of that momentum.
A race that completed just before this one, Stanford took out Boston College, so the Eagles are 3-2. Stanford improves to 5-0. It leaves Stanford and Harvard as the lone 2 undefeated teams. And so here we are in race 26. if you've got your eye on that crash course between the Crimson and the Cardinal, it's race number 45. So we are just under 20 races away from a pair of Titans undefeated going head-to-head. Of course, plenty of great races between now and then, but keeping our eye ahead on what will be 66 total races in this round. It's the round of 12 before the field gets cut in half down to 6. We don't know how they're going to play all this out. Wind will have a big factor in the scheduling of all of this. It's play it by ear. Fingers crossed we rip through the next 40 races, and we'll see where the clock sits and where the sun sits with time to enter the round of 6. But we don't suspect they're going to try to get through all 87 races today, especially since we've had some wind delays. We've been under postponement, but we shall see. Beautiful skies overhead, and it's just a matter of making sure the wind stays out there.
Yeah, the breeze is definitely filled in. That being said, it is the Charles River, so even the breeze that fills in is quite shifty. So,
and as you mentioned earlier, Gloria, that sometimes you take a look into tomorrow, and you don't want to take anything for granted. That forecast for tomorrow, the wind isn't overwhelmingly exciting. That there'll be spots to get stuff in, but you don't want to leave too many races for tomorrow either.
right. Yeah, what I'd be looking for from Tulane here as well is it's one of those things where you see that you can convert to a play 2. And 5 and 6, both of them just need to clamp on to somebody from Penn, right? So 5 and 6 are ahead of 2 boats, and what they needed to do is look at each other and be like, hey, you go for that guy, I go for this guy, let's get 4 forward, right? But instead that pass back never happened, that play back never happened. It's one of those things where sometimes people play forward instead of back, and try to catch up to the one. And now their teammate is left spinning in a pretty deep 6. So what I'm looking for on this upwind, and here you see 5 is kind of matching 15, I'd be looking for 6 to stop, forget about boat 13, and look back and say, you know what, I really need to do something to slow down 15 and 14 here as a team. Here you can see is a pretty good cover here. That's exactly what I'm talking about. 6 is now going on 14, kind of letting 4 get through. 5 on 15 here. 15 doing a pretty close tack here. We've got about 4 boats in this cover scheme. 6 tacking off with 14, just like I'd like to see them. Now boat 5 is definitely going to want to come down. That's definitely a little bit of a communication error there between the teammates, because if 4 saw that their teammates coming down to help them, they should have known, okay, I just need to stay here. They're coming to help me. I shouldn't try and move and tack around here. But nice job by boat 5 with placement here.
Essentially right now, Tulane really doing a nice job of trying to get a 2-3-4 set up.
So yeah, now I'd be looking for 4 to 4 has a nice pin on 14. 5, I'd really want to slow down hard on boat 15, because I'd see 2 of my teammates are out on the left-hand side. I know they don't have starboard advantage coming back. So if I was boat 5, I'd be clamping down hard on 15 to slow. This may even potentially be the ace, right? So I know I have this pair. I just need to make sure that my teammates get ahead of them. I'd be clamping down hard here. And as you can see, not enough slowing down here as their teammates are barely making it across. Boat 4 is not out of the clear just yet. They are not looking super hot on boat 15. It's one of those things where one of the stronger pairs on 15 needed to stay there, because the whole goal is to get 4 back out ahead with their teammates.
That's where 6 is going over now to try and help on that far side.
It's one of those things where you definitely want to be there earlier. So they were in the right spot to get all this pass back done earlier. Really, although it looks like they still have this 2-3-4, I'm just not sure that boat 4 is going to be able to cross 15 and 14 here. Maybe a cross on 15, but I'd want to slow down 14 so hard just to make sure that they have this. And what a finish here by Tulane. 2-3. Looks like they didn't slow down the 15. 2-3-5. Still a winning combination, but so well done to them. I believe that was Tulane's first win of the day as well.
You're absolutely correct. Tulane had dropped the first 4 of the day. Stanford, Boston College, College of Charleston, and MIT. Take a look at Yale as they continue to work themselves out of a pair of early losses. Race number 28 of our morning turned afternoon.
So checking in with this race that's just rounding the weather mark, looks like Cornell has a 2-3-4, pretty solid against Yale. With a little bit of space too, which makes it a little easier to defend on the downwind. You can see boat 13 in first, maintaining that lead, but kind of just looking back, surveying the scene. They need to keep that first, stay close, look for any opportunity they can to slow things down and let their teammates get back into it.
Quite a big spread here on this downwind as well.
Yeah, I think it's always defending the 2-3-4 on the downwind is can be challenging. So if there's a bit of a gap, it just makes it that much easier. You can sail straight for the mark and not have to defend as much. I know that I think if I'm boat 13 and first in Yale, I'm going to kind of slowly wait up and see if I can just compress this race a little bit more at the leeward mark. So look for that to happen. So looks like 13 in first. Yep, is going to slow down at the mark. The marks are usually a good opportunity. And in fact, they conceded the 1 in an effort to really slow things down.
Not mad at it. Teammates able to get through here, boat 14.
It's not the worst play if there's an opportunity to take down or significantly slow down 2 of your opponents.
Right, and they did that.
But now Cornell is actually in a 1-3, and if they're good and can execute 1-3-4, if they're good and they can execute, they can do this pass back and go to a play 1.
Right.
You can see boat 6 is slowing down, luffing their jib, really trying to slow down boat 13. So in this pass back right here, 6 needs to really clamp down on 13. They need to be close to them. They need to pin them. But you're allowing them to go with 4.
Yeah, if I were 13, I think I'd want a little bit of a stronger pin on boat 4, just to really let my teammates get out. But I'm also not mad at this interaction, just because all these tacks are kind of slowing back boat 4 as well.
Well, what happened at the top of the screen was 14 was able to tack out first, and in a bit of a lefty, they've pinched off boat 5 and are now winning that combination. And it looks like Yale's got a potential play 2 here.
And they've got, looks like they have 2 pairs at the minute. They've got 13 has boat 4 and 14 has boat 5. So
Right. I don't know if I love that play, giving up
yeah,
boat 4, because even though 4 doesn't have a grip on 15, 15 can't really tack there.
right. Yeah, I'm definitely. I really wish 13 would have stayed close there. And if I were boat 6, I'd clamp down hard on 14 here. Have it be one of those scenarios of who can have the pass back happen first. Maybe there's just they're close to lane line that we're not seeing, but I think 14's doing a great job staying hard on boat 5 here. And it looks like Yale's boat from the left-hand side is coming back quite advantaged on boat 4 here.
So boat 4 is calling for room to tack. There's a lot of yelling going on.
Yeah. Seems like they had the room to tack. Seemed clean minus maybe the interaction between them and 14.
So if you're Cornell, you just need to try to get a grip of somebody up and actually
They're spinning.
spinning.
So this makes their play 2 for Yale much easier. 2, 3, 4.
So interesting move at the leeward mark by the one Yale boat who was in the first out of the 156, conceding the 1, trading it for an opportunity to take out 2 boats on the Cornell team, and they were able to get around them, condense the race, and get around them on this last speed, and it looks like they're going to win with a 1-3-4 maybe.
Sure enough, the Yale Bulldogs pick up a victory over Cornell. And Cornell drops to 3-2 with the loss. Yale improves to 3-2, furthering their ascent from a couple of early losses. On the commentary side of things, we will step aside for a few minutes. We will continue to provide overhead coverage of all of these races as we move forward with round of 12 action on the Charles River.
All right, we're back here picking up Dartmouth and Harvard in the middle of their race as they approach Mark 1. Dartmouth is in the 4, 5, 6 sails, the black sails, and they just did a nice job of converting to a play 1. Saw some really good team racing up that first speed by both teams. So it's a close 3, 4, 5. I'm looking for Harvard to try to do the high-low and send maybe boat 15 high and see if they can sucker boat 5 to go up with them and let boat 13 and 14 sail more of a direct course and see if they can't get around them. Sure enough, boat 14 jives out, looking for just something, some opportunity to get around them. Boat 13 and 15 are doing a nice job of slowing 5. Sitting on their air. It's really hard to defend the as a 1-2-6 in a light air tricky downwind situation like that. Dartmouth did a good job of going high, which is the textbook thing to do. Sometimes it doesn't work out as well. But they're in the right spot and they're still winning 2 pairs, so this is they might have switched combos, but they still could be winning this race. So boat 14 we're seeing there was actually in 5th place, and they're sailing a more direct route, and they might have actually just sailed themselves into 1st, which should put Dartmouth into maybe a 2-3-4 as we look downwind here. I think if I'm Harvard here, where you might have this person in the 1st place, or these guys could be ahead. Even though these 2 boats are behind, they can help their teammate out by slowing down the boats in front of them and letting them round in 1st. And it sure gives them a much better chance to let their teammate on the far side round in 1st than letting these near to Dartmouth boats round in 1st and 2nd. Looks like Mark 3 is coming into view on the left side of our screen here. So, looks like Harvard is going to have the inside at this mark. So Dartmouth is still winning. Combination switched, but they're in a 2-3-4. Boat 6 is doing a nice job of slowing down, picking up one of these Harvard boats, and letting their teammate round in front of them. That was a good job of navigating the mark number 3. So the combo switched. Harvard's in a 1-5-6, which is a losing combination. Dartmouth is in a 2-3-4. As we round mark 4 and head up this last beat. A little bit of a righty at the leeward mark. Look for one of these Dartmouth boats to tack out pretty soon. You don't want to let the Harvard boat get to the left of you. There's the Harvard boat, there go 2 Dartmouth boats. So boat 4 is in 1st place. Their goal is to keep the 1, try to have an opportunity for their teammates to get around. I like that spot there, tacking on boat 6. See attacking duel happening at the top of our screen. It looks like boat 5 actually caught up to 14 a little bit. A lot of tacks, just looking for any opportunity to get around.
Been seeing that left-hand side come in quite a bit today.
Yeah, and in fact, it's maybe a little easier to see in the drone, but it looks like there's a little bit of pressure out here. Maybe give boat 13 an opportunity. There's a wrinkle. They might have just found one.
Definitely don't want to let your opponents out there all on their own today.
Though that said, there's a shift to the right here, and boat 4 looks like they might have just taken over the first place. So Harvard, I can hear them yelling out play 2. Fourteen's going to need to get down on 5. It'd be great if they could pin them. You have to pin there. You have to pin. You have to pin boat 5. If you're 4 now, you might want to try and go down and do your own pass back with boat 5 and go into a 1-2. 14 has to get a grip on 5 and hold them. Gotta hold it as long as you can. And boat 4 was forced to give up and tack away. So on the top of our screen, boat 4 is ahead of this pair, but they're not controlling them. They're not slowing them down. They are preventing them from tacking.
Not too sure why 15 tacked off there. I would have tried to pin pretty hard on 6.
Yeah, I think 15 went over there just to give their teammates some help if needed. It looked like 13 was going to eventually be able to outrun them.
Right.
Now it looks like there's even more lefty. See, I'd be worried that 5 is ahead of 13, and you're going to need to slow them down to let your teammate get through. Very close racing, both teams. Pin, got to pin boat 6. That was a good job by 13.
I feel like. Oof.
Yeah, that was a really good call by boat 5 to duck there
Yep.
and not get stuck. 13 needs to put the brakes on boat 5 as we see the finish line come into play.
Super tight to the finish line. Some pretty light air tacks here
Oh
and a little
no,
bit of
6
chop.
is going to duck and beat them to the line.
Oof.
And that's a case we're talking about where great boat handling is important. It looked like 15 just had a slow tack out of there, and Dartmouth is going to take this race with either a 1-2 or a 1-3. That one, when both, it was going back and forth the entire beat, and just one bad tack at the end there can really make the difference. So that's Harvard's first loss for the day, and a big win for Dartmouth.
So Harvard drops to 4-1. Dartmouth improves to 4-1. They're tied for second place. Stanford remains atop the heap, 5-0, undefeated. And so critical race. We'll keep this one in mind as things move forward. Every loss so pivotal, every win. Race number 30 when it's all said and done. We've got 87 races in total here. You never know which one's going to be the difference maker. That might be one of them. And now it's our attention turning to the Brown Bears as they're in the water. They currently are on the outside looking in, and we've talked about the opponents that Brown has lost to at 1-4. They haven't been bad losses, but you got to start picking up wins at some point.
Well, this one might be a tough one too, going against Stanford, who's the only undefeated team at the moment. But you're right. The Brown Bears have a very good team racing team, and I expect them to be towards the top. And if they want any chance of winning, they need to start winning some races.
take a look at the standings. We're in the middle of Flight 8, so we'll rewind the tape just a little bit. And this is where things stand, obviously, as we told you just moments ago. Harvard now 4-1, Dartmouth 4-1, and it's top 6 advancing. So that imaginary cut line at 3-2, Cornell, Boston College, Yale, Penn, only 3 of those 4 teams at the moment would be on the right side of things. Outside of your picture, remarkably, Brown and Wisconsin. So Brown is, they got time. They've got plenty more races to work with, but 4 losses is not ideal situation through 7 flights.
Yeah, I'm definitely very surprised about Brown's record right now. It seemed like they had such a strong season going into this, and this must be pretty upsetting for them that they're not doing so hot day 1.
One of the other races on the water, it's Cornell going up against College of Charleston. Cornell had started out with 3 wins, losing to Yale and Harvard now, so Cornell trying to get back on the right side of things. One of those other teams that's trapped in the muck at 3-2 with a whole bunch of other teams in this field.
We haven't really been tracking the skipper and crews that have been in the races. It's been really tough for us to see from the drone, to know who's who and to speak about them. But I did just receive a note from somebody down at the venue that Brown's shaking up their lineup a little bit and putting in a couple different pairs, maybe hoping to right the ship and get a few wins on the board.
For the Brown Bears, the expectation on the women's side was that Brielle Willoughby, Brianna Ross would be working in tandem, a senior from Surf City, New Jersey, and a sophomore from Miami. Charlotte Kostikin, senior from Norwalk, Connecticut, and Menashe Laporte, junior from Massachusetts, would be working together, and then Catherine McNamara, Lily Shore would be the others. Now Brown, because they are local, able to bring a pretty good slew of reserves. So they've got 7 substitutes to choose from, which a team like Stanford, Wisconsin, when you're traveling such distances and you're flying, you're not going to be able to bring as many extras along with you. So we gave you the 6 starters for Brown, at least the expected starters, but we got a pool of 13 different names and to choose from. You can create any number of combinations, as like you said, Brown needing to shake something up, and why not start against the number 1 team so far in Stanford?
And you know, now that I think about it, the Brown Bears graduated 2 of their starting skippers from last year, and a few of their star crews as well. So, you know, it's one of those things of when you have such a deep team and you graduate some starting seniors, you know, it's gonna cause a little bit of a stir up in the team. So you just take some adjustment, getting used to, and like we said, fresh legs out there on the race courses.
Race number 32 of our day. 66 races gets us through round 1, the round of 12. And so, approaching the midway point, that's not to say that teams are out of time yet, but if you hit the midway point and you're Brown, you're 1-4, perhaps you drop to 1-5. That's where the difference between 1 and 5 at this stage and picking up a key win, building that momentum to get a win against Stanford, not only just
adds a win to your ledger, but also makes you feel, okay, we're in this, we're ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, we saw their open team during the open team race nationals kind of go through the same thing. They took a few diggers at the start of the regatta, and then they just picked up this momentum, nine-win streak, you know. So maybe that's something we got to look for their women's team to do today. Clay, do you think today's light enough to lead or kind of push to the line?
Yeah, it probably depends a little bit on where in the line you're starting, but I do think it's light enough that still leading is probably the play. I also think I'd want to be to leeward on a day like today, because if you get a good start, you're to leeward and you're just leading them to the next shift.
Right.
We're in pre-start here. Looks like a gorgeous day. I know temperatures are going to get up into the low 70s. Individual recall. Looks like boat 4 was over. Oh.
Oh. Oh, they missed their duck there. It looks like they just did not duck hard enough there. I think they recognize that as well. Just
So for Stanford, not an ideal start whatsoever getting off the line.
Yeah, so just replaying the start. There's only a couple seconds left. It looks like 13 came up and forced boat 4 over the line. They recognize they're over. The individual flag goes off. They go to tack. It looks like the skipper was just a little slow and crashed right into 14. Here's the view from the different boat, different camera boat.
yeah, it's one of those things as well. It's so important that the crew uses their body weight there. Oh, it looks like maybe she even.
And
Yeah, it's tough. They didn't get their body weight up, I think, fast enough there.
yeah.
Oof.
Now, obviously, there was chaos at the start, and for 4, not what they intended. In the Open Championships, we saw ultimately a half point get deducted for, you know, what could have been deemed similar, if not maybe even lighter contact than what we just saw there with a pretty significant strike. Different circumstances at the start where a half point might not be up for question.
It doesn't really matter where it is on the course.
Sure.
And I think there's a little bit of discretion involved with damage and whatnot. And I think in the case that we saw in the open team racing, there was noticeable damage. The tiller that in question was bent. And with a collision like this, especially one that kind of everybody saw, it was right at the start, it was on camera. I wouldn't be surprised if the umpires went up to those boats afterwards to take a look and see if there was anything there.
Okay.
And then go from there.
So it's not necessarily the significance of the strike, but whether that contact damaged the boat.
Yes.
Okay. And it got it right in the center of the mast, so it seems less likely that damage would happen from something like that?
Yeah, these boats are pretty durable. And a lot of them have, rubber protection around the side or even filled rails to absorb a blow like that. So it didn't, from my view on this drone footage, it didn't look like it was damage causing. But I think they'll take a look with their eyes and see after the race. Looks like a big lefty's come in. And you can see we have 5 boats in our screen here. And then one sole boat trying to play catch up a little bit in the back. So I see 3 brown boats up here. It looks like brown is going to round in first. And third. Stanford's doing a nice job of waiting up for boat 15. And I think the name of the game, if you're Stanford, is you need to slow this race down and let your teammate boat 5 get back into the mix. It's they're pretty far behind at the moment, so this might require a Herculean effort, but it is possible. And the Stanford team is good. 2 of the 3 pairings were sailing in the open team race route of the last 3 days. The Larkamp sisters.
Yeah, I'd be looking for the 4 and the 6 to really just both stop sailing forward and just essentially go backwards here. You just want to grab one person each from the opponents and just slow them down to the best of your ability. I mean, you want to interact hard with them here.
Yes, you can see boat 6 just going back and forth, trying to do a good job of positioning themselves between 15 and the mark. They're gonna clearly pick up 15 and work on slowing them. 4 is gonna try to do the same thing on boat 13. And conversely, if you are the brown team, you're gonna do the opposite. They're trying to slow you down. You're just gonna try and keep pushing this race forward. Even though they're play 4, because the 6 is so far back, I don't think it makes sense to have somebody stop and wait up for them to put in that big gap. I think you should try to take an opportunity, see if you can convert to a play 1, and know that as boat 5 catches up, and it looks like they are catching up right now, if you have to go back, you can go back and still go play 4. Ooh. Little spin out by boat 15.
13 doing a pretty good job of just pushing that Stanford boat ahead here.
Yeah.
Even off to the side a little bit, but still kind of getting them to truck forward.
And 6 is doing a really nice job too on 15. Not really giving them any breathing room, maintaining the inside.
And I like how Stanford's boat 5 is just sailing fast, straight down, you know, going straight to that next mark.
So one thing you can do here actually is if you're brown, you might be looking to convert to a play 1. If you're 15, maybe you kind of sucker this and slow it down a little bit and give this combination, this 3-pack, an opportunity on the other side of the course to go play 1.
That's right.
Right, by sailing high up here, maybe you bring the Stanford boat with you and you let your brown teammates at the bottom go try to do a 1-3 to a 1-2.
14 did a good job of just staying in that zone there. Seemed tempting for a second to leave it, but...
Yeah, this has been a great job by the Stanford boats to really slow this race down on the downwind and let 5 catch up. And they're not quite there yet, but they're significantly closer than they were on the first beat. So there's still some work to do. Up, and it looked like one of the brown boats got ahead of one of the Stanford boats and is holding them up. That's great for them. So now the play is for 14 and 15 to do a pass back and try to go play 1. And for 13 to just maintain and keep somebody behind them, keep an ace.
Starboard approach here on boat 4. Not pretty good job slowing down here. Boat 5 is kind of back in the picture.
Yep.
I know there might be an attempt to go play 1 here by Brown, but, you know, the race is back. It's all consolidated back together, which is exactly what Stanford wants right now.
I think Brown needs to abandon whatever they were doing, and 13 needs to get on boat 5 and just go play 4.
Right.
That's your best, most conservative play at the moment.
Keep that ace. 13's just got to keep the ace right now. Pretty big shift there.
Yeah, lefty. Wonder if...
6 was in a good position.
Yeah. I thought there was it's interesting. I thought there was a chance that 6 could actually get the 1, and they were very disciplined and said, nope, we're working on a play 2 right now.
Right.
Unless it's incredibly obvious that I can get the 1, the smart play is to maintain play 2 and help my team out. This pass back in front of us is going to be a really crucial one for the race. 13 needs to clamp down on 5 and hold them, and 4 is doing the same thing and just really trying to slow them down. You can see them luffing their jib, pulling their main to windward, and 13 has to tack out. You see, as we approach the finish line a little bit, the brown boats. Brown boat number 14 in first is going to have to get a little more aggressive if they can shake things up.
Just remember, the lineups have been shaken up for Brown entering this race, and you wouldn't know that this isn't natural combinations, that this isn't the group that's been working together. That speaks to the depth of Brown to be able to hang with Stanford right now, and not just hang with them, but make a real run in race number 32.
Brown has a really deep team. Also really well coached. So not surprising that they can plug in different players and have success. And I don't know if this boat from Brown maybe has a grip on a Stanford opponent on the on the middle here.
Nice big shift here on the left-hand side.
Yeah, it doesn't help 15, but it at least allows the boat in the middle to maybe get a grip of the Stanford boat and prevent them from tacking.
That's right.
So
it's tough though, because Stanford's doing a great job here.
If I was this Brown boat and I was watching my teammate come out, I would consider maybe coming in right here and setting up a double pin. Just as we get a little closer to this finish line, your opportunities are fewer and fewer. That's something as the 1, it's so hard because you want to let your teammates do the work and see if there's, let them work it out for themselves, but at the same time, if it's not happening, you have to look for any opportunity to do a double pick. So it looks like Stanford's going to end up with a 2-3-4 here.
Yeah, Stanford did a great job over there just doing the piggy in the middle, right? They did a great job of just slowing down that Brown boat and just allowing for their teammate to progress forward.
So it was a pretty deep 6 early on in that first beat, but kudos to the Stanford team for slowing the race down, getting their teammate back into it, and ultimately coming out with a 2-3-4 victory to stay unblemished.
Yeah, for Brown, having the lead and building the confidence with new combinations, but unfortunately a 1-5 start now for the Brown Bears. They are on the wrong side of that 16 cut line. We are just about midway through the round of 12. Prior to this race, Cornell knocked off College of Charleston with a 2-3-4, so not a surprising result. Couple of races coming up. Race 33 is Harvard against Tulane. Harvard with the edge in terms of that matchup. Penn and Yale. And then race number 35 is Wisconsin and MIT. And we're going to jump over and take a pretty long look at the Badgers and the Engineers, a couple of teams that are in this field of 12. MIT in a better position to jostle its way towards that top 6 position, but will need quite a run in the back half of this afternoon in order to make that happen. So far today, Wisconsin 0 for 5. MIT, the lone win over Tulane. Losses to Stanford, Boston College, Charleston, Pennsylvania. An opportunity here for the Engineers to pick up win number 2 of their regatta.
Don't be confused by boats 1 and 11 entering the mix. They are presumably on the last beat, whereas Wisconsin and MIT are on the first beat. A little overlapping there. So it looks like Wisconsin has the first place, boat 7 in the middle, but it also looks like they have the 6th place, boat 8 in the back.
Doesn't leave you with many winning combos other than a 1-2 or a 1-3 then.
Harvard and MIT are the host institutions, and can't say enough about what both of those schools have done to organize and put together an event like this. We've talked all weekend long about the volunteers and everything, that the long hours that people are pouring into this, but certainly for Harvard, but especially here for MIT, just it's worth acknowledging what everybody did to make this thing happen.
Huge effort from both of those schools and all of NISA to come together to run a regatta like this, and they're going to do it again in a month for the Fleet Racing National Championships.
That'll be 4 events over 7 days, 1 day on, 1 day off, and just a week plus of action, but it's more than that that goes into hosting something so seamlessly. There's MIT through flight 8. There are a couple of losses out in the loss column, trying to claw their way back and picking up a win over a still winless Wisconsin group would be a nice boost, and it almost feels a necessary boost for MIT at this stage of the competition.
18 doing a pretty good job from MIT, slowing down boat 9 to just make that pass back happen. Go straight for a play 1 earlier rather than later.
Yeah, that was a great job by 18 to pin boat 9, let their teammate 16 sail through behind them, and convert to a 1-2.
What I'll be looking for 9 to do, since they rounded pretty close right behind, I'd be looking for them to kind of slow down the second place boat and sit on them as much as possible. So right now they're doing a pretty good job staying a little bit high, trying to see if they can sucker them up so their teammates can kind of sail right past them. You know, best case scenario is if they could get 18 to just dial them up, right? And that would really, really slow them down. So really try to sucker them up high, and so that way their teammates can go low and fast and past 18. Now 18's job right now is not to panic. They're still inside, still high of that Wisconsin boat, and just trust that their teammate is there to put in a bump and help them out if need be. It's one of those hard parts about being in a play one is just keeping your calm, cool, collected self. Just keep trucking down the downwind and just trust that your teammate's always there to help. So there they come on starboard.
Drew foul from Wisconsin, so they're spinning. And the other MIT boat did a nice job of sailing straight and fast and might have just sailed themselves into the 2 in this case.
That's right.
For Wisconsin, they're one of the 2 club teams in this field of 12. They brought 7 athletes to the open team race. On the women's team side, they've got 7 athletes as well. One of the pairings is the skipper, junior Mary Castellini. Cameron Lanier is the crew. She's a sophomore. Carmen Lanier is a crew, sophomore. Marissa Tegader is the skipper, junior. Sophomore crew is Lauren Salmi. And then in the other boat, a pair of skippers. Didn't get word on who they elected to go with, but the options were freshman Jackie Ruggieri and Sydney Mandel, a sophomore, but the crew in that final pairing is a junior, Dillon Gorman.
So MIT's going to round with a 1-2-4, which is pretty solid. Looks like 17's going slowly, which is allowing their teammate 16 to have a little more space and maybe set up a nice covering scheme up the last beat. So if I'm boat 16, I wait right as boat 8 is about to round, and I would actually tack now. What I'd be nervous about is you don't want boat 8 to tack and beat you out to the left-hand side of the course. They both elect to go with them. Is doing a good job of staying ahead of 7 towards the back of the fleet. Make sure you keep an ace.
I think their placement isn't too bad either. Just kind of staying bow-ish even with boat 9. I'd probably try to clamp down a little bit harder on 7 and 9, knowing that I just want to hold on to an ace.
I think we're seeing a pretty big righty going on right now, which is maybe one of the reasons why they haven't tacked over, but 18 has made a nice gain on 7.
Obviously, when you have such a large lead, it does not really matter, but almost looked like 16 was trying to prevent itself from crossing the finish line, but had just a little too much speed.
It looks like they're about to cross the finish now.
There you go. So they tacked it.
I think if you're in first like that, it's important to maybe survey the back, make sure just really confidently that you guys are going to win with a 1-2-3 before you finish, because once you finish, you can't go back, and it seems pretty confident that they're going to win with at least a 1-2 or a 1-3. So I will say 9 did a nice job of catching up. But a 1-3 is good enough for the win, and good for MIT to get that much closer to the top 6.
Did you see me flop
So one of the hosts, MIT, picking up a nice second victory. Doing so over the Wisconsin Badgers. It's a second win in 6 tries so far for MIT, as we are more than halfway through this round of 12. Race number 37 is next on the radar. Cornell with red 1, 2, 3. Stanford black 10, 11, 12. And somebody, anybody, looking to track down the Stanford Cardinal, that team that's just been out to such a hot start. Stanford's knocked off all comers. They have not matched up head-to-head yet with Dartmouth. Both Dartmouth and Harvard sit behind the Cardinal with 1 loss apiece. Cornell sits alone in 4th place at this moment with a mark of 4 and 2. And the biggest win so far for Cornell is over Dartmouth. Dartmouth has beaten Yale, beaten Harvard. They've got a couple of good wins, but a false step against Cornell. Cornell would love nothing more than to pick up a second critical victory, as they want to stay in the top half of the standings.
It's a good start here for Cornell. All boats on the line. Stanford, boat 10, kind of falling, starting a little bit behind here.
Look for 10 to tack and 2 to go with them. Oh.
Right back as well.
Yeah, I don't think they could get around the anchor line of the committee boat.
Oof. Two was a little bit late there maybe, because 10 now is a little bit bow out, going out to the left.
And that's where a little anticipation might have helped them. After that start, it was pretty apparent to me that boat 10 was going to try and tack.
Right.
And 2 is a second late on that, and then a second late going back, and they lose that grip that they had on them.
Right. Especially going out to the left, like you were saying, today's kind of the day you want to start as the lured boat, especially when heading out to the left-hand side, because we've been seeing these puffs come down and this big pressure coming over from the left-hand side.
Wow, a little auto attack in the middle of the fleet there. Middle of the course, rather.
What a... There's a close duck there. So it looks like Stanford at the minute has potentially 2 pairs. We'll see how this boat 11 comes out from this bottom right-hand side. They are punched out, and they'll come back on starboard. I'm just not sure how well they're going to cross or interact with boat 1. Let's take a look how advantaged they really are on them. They look much better now in that little bit of a shift, wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
It's really not just the left-hand side that we're seeing these massive shifts, but even from the bottom right-hand.
Oh, boat 12's doing a quick spin. Mark 1 is coming into view on the right side of our screen. Looks like boat 11's going to maintain first place and see if they can control this combination going into the mark. 10 had to jibe around. 2 is doing a nice job of pinning on their left-hand side of the course. I think if I'm boat 1, I probably slow down a little and make sure that I control 12 and let my teammates go ahead. You can see them wiggling back and forth. Now 12 is going to do the same to 2. They're going to slow down and try to control them. Maybe they can let their teammate boat 10 get ahead.
Not sure 12 has too much control here. Pretty high of that mark, but coming in nicely.
Well, they're entitled to room.
Right. Just looked like they were going to drift into that mark for a hot second there, but well done navigating around there.
And now what they can do is just hold boat 2 off and let
There's
boat 10
pin.
just sail right through.
That's right. I probably would have held even a little bit longer. One of those things where they kind of have the ace at the minute. They're going to play 4, 1, 4, 5.
So 10 did a nice job of recognizing that their teammate in 12 didn't have a great grip on 2, and they came back, and now they're going to try and become the 5 in the 1-4-5, which is really good course race recognition from boat 10. That said, boat 2 went high and got around, and now owns the inside a little bit, so nobody really has a grip on boat 2.
It's one of those things where 12's kind of saw their opportunity that they can maybe punch forward and maybe go for a play 1 here. And that may bite them in the future.
Well,
we'll see.
12 did a really nice job of just straight up sailing around number 3. They got to the inside and prevented them from jibing, and it allowed them to go into a play 1.
It's definitely in their favor that boat 1. Yeah, that boat 1 actually somehow just wasn't in the same pressure as well. It is one of those tough decisions where it's like, do I, and oftentimes you'll see coaches discourage sailors from playing forward when you really should be playing back, right? So it's one of those things of you could try to sail forward and pass one of those boats, but should you be in that instance, and should you actually just be back helping out your teammate and helping keep that ace? In this case, totally worked out, and it worked out really, really well. Somehow they even came out pretty far ahead now of those boats 1 and 3.
In other action, away from what we've been watching, Penn took care of business against Yale. So after back-to-back wins for the Bulldogs, Yale drops to 3 and 3. Penn continues to stay strong with the mark of 4 and 2, but it's Cornell looking to deliver a first loss to Stanford. They're 6-0. Cornell 4 and 2, trying to keep itself out of the ranks of the 3 loss teams.
Stanford's going to round mark 3 here with a 1-2-5, it appears, which is a pretty solid combination.
Looks like it's lightening up just a little bit out on the water. Same thing where it's just kind of those big gusts coming down the Charles River. It's really a matter of which team's gonna stay in that pressure well enough.
Cornell's done an okay job of giving themselves a sliver of a hope here. That number 11 Stanford boat had to tack out and leave boat 3 to go all the way out to the left. They were a little unbalanced for a while. And I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's not a slam dunk for Stanford at the moment. 3 and 12 are out of sync with each other.
3 appears to have gotten a little bit of a shift, though, which could be to their favor as well. 12 is kind of in it now. Just may mean that 3 might have a piece of their boat out left. From Stanford, kind of looking to slow down boat 3 just a little bit, which isn't a bad idea at all, considering their teammate's going to be coming back on port. Kind of letting them go here. I think they see that their teammate's kind of in the clear crossing here.
Yep, I think it's going to work out for the Stanford team. I don't think it was as easy as it could have been at the leeward mark. It certainly got a little shifty and puffy, and Cornell made a race of it, but I think Stanford is going to hold on to the win and remain undefeated.
And it appears you'd be right. It's 1, 2, potentially 5 for Stanford. Holding on to that ace.
A 7-0 mark for the Cardinal out of the gate. That is 7 wins, no losses, and 4 more races to go here in the round of 12. And so Stanford just about ready to punch its ticket on to the round of 6, but obviously that's not the ultimate goal. The goal is to keep on winning. Keep distance between themselves. Harvard, that's 5-1. Dartmouth, 4-1. Cornell is 4-2, along with the Penn Quakers. Although, we have an upset on the water in a race that happened just away from us. Boston College knocked off Dartmouth. So Dartmouth is 4-2. And that leaves a little bit of cushion between Stanford, Harvard, and then the rest of the field. And Boston College picks up a key win to keep themselves clear of Yale and put themselves in the discussion at 4-2. And so here's a look at the results, and this is exactly what we were talking about. 4-2 and better, the cut line. So Yale has done well to grind back from a 1-2 start, but they still have some work to do with a handful of races, 5 more races for the Bulldogs. And you can see the Brown, one of the teams we expected to be top 6, or at least fighting for it.
The thing that stands out the most to me right now is Brown's record. I think they're a better team than their record shows, and I do think they'll win some races at the end here, but I just hope that they haven't inflicted too much damage early on to prevent them from getting back into the top 6.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think Brown and Yale are, quite frankly, the 2 that are popping out to me the most. Yale, you know, given they have so many returning players from their past 2. I mean, they won the past 2 championships. This women's team racing nationals has only been around for 3. This is our 3rd year. You know, to have won all 3 would be great, of course. But it just goes to show how much all the women are improving at team racing and how much time and effort and dedication each program has been putting into their women's team racing, because now they're just not making it that easy for them to defend the title, right? It's way more of a fight to get to the top.
So in this race, it's Harvard with 3 boats in the water against Charleston, and the Crimson, based on the standings that we've seen so far, they'd be the favorites, but again, a Boston College knocking off Dartmouth, that might qualify as a surprise, but at this point, both of those schools are now 4-2, so I don't think we're at the point of the game yet where we're assuming anything. In College of Charleston, they had a really good start in the open team racing, and now the specifically women's team looking to build some momentum for itself through the middle stages of this.
Harvard did a nice job of converting that to a play 2 at the weather mark. And they're sitting in a pretty strong play 2 at the moment. Boat 18's doing a nice job of maintaining first place, because it looks like Boat 9's jived away and is pushing this race forward for them.
Yeah, I think Harvard's doing a great job right now of kind of just doing what they, acting on all their rules, right? So the 2, 3, 4 can get quite difficult, but you have somebody going high, somebody going low. Both of those guys are kind of adding on the pressure, and then you've got the 4 that is just making sure that those 2 players stay behind, with the 3 back to also be there in check in case the 4 needs help. A lot of good team racing plays end up getting into the shape of a triangle, especially the 2, 3, 4 is a triangle is always pretty good.
Some of the other boats that you're seeing at the corner of your screen is race 38, Brown taking on Tulane. That's one that the Brown Bears have to have there to get back into this thing.
So it looks like Charleston's going to keep their 1 in the far left side of our screen. Let's there's a guy on a foil board out there.
Going right by our race course.
There you go.
How lovely.
Ever try your hand at one of those, Gloria?
Not yet. Hopefully soon.
I like yet. That's pretty good.
I'm ambitious. I'm ambitious.
Clay?
I've done some foiling before, but not that. It's pretty cool. I think they just have a little remote control they hold.
Yeah.
That controls their height and speed, and
That's super cool.
I don't know if I'd want to go in the Charles River. But
Yeah, yeah. I'm thinking more like St. Pete, Florida,
but more like anywhere. So Charleston keeps the 1. Harvard is in a 2-3-5, so still play 2. Boats 7 and 9 are going to need to clamp down on boat 15 and make sure that their teammate behind can stay ahead. And 16's doing the right play now. They're going to try and go to play 4 and do a pass back with their team and the teammate in the end, the back of the fleet.
I'm very impressed. It's not easy being the 1 in that situation when you have such a tight 2, 3, 4. So I'm really impressed with 18 being able to just stay calm and maintain their first place in this.
All right, so 15 switched off onto 8. 7's going to go with 17. And now this pass back needs to happen in the near side of our screen here.
Yeah, I'm looking for 17 to kind of stay close and find a Harvard boat to kind of clamp down on. Maybe even...
I think this pass back's happening. This is called a speed pass back, where it's just happening. You don't have to luff too hard. 9 did a nice job of being in the right spot and slowly letting 16 fall out. Look for 18 to come and tack right in front of 9 here. So here's what I would do. If I was boat 18 right now, I would really try and clamp hard on 9, maybe encourage them to tack. I would have probably maybe tacked a little in front of them. And then 16's clean. But what 9 did that was really smart was they didn't try and get involved in trying to pass 18. They said, we need to stay play 2. I'm going to stay disciplined, and I'm going to go down on top of 16 and hold this spot right here.
Looks like 18 is doing kind of starting to clamp down. I'd maybe get a little bit of a luff in the jib going. Slow down a little bit more, especially now that 7's kind of hooked down on 17.
8's going to let their teammate cross, maintain a good cover. On the far side, 7 needs to do a really good job on 17 and stay on top of them.
That was beautiful matched tack there from boat 7. Just like spot on, right? That's kind of what we're looking for, is like you just want to be completely in sync there with the tacks.
Mm-hmm. And 7's able to cross both of those starboard tack boats and maintain their cover on 17. 17's tacking here, trying to get a grip on 9 or just anything to prevent them from tacking. This is an opportunity for 7 to come in and really slow 17 and help their teammate out.
It's one of those, do you give up the 1 here for boat 18? What do you think, Clay?
I don't think I'm there quite yet because nobody's got a really great grip on 16. In fact, if you can come down and pin, maybe 16 can tack out. But you're right, we're getting close to the finish and they need to try something. Nobody here has boat 16.
A little bit of chop. I'm looking for some nice roll tacks when getting out of it. This is what might be like one of those last finishes where we saw a few bad tacks in that chop right at the finish, and everything could change.
Now here's the finish line. It looks like 8 is going to sail into 1. So you're right, 18 gave up the first.
Would have gone. That's a tough spot because I think boat 9 is laying.
I think
Going for a luff up here, maybe.
Harvard needs to win this race and try to win with a 1.45 and just sail straight across the finish line. So they got the 1. It looks like Charleston's going to finish 16 and then 18 and a 2-3. And 7 and 9 just need to get across that finish line, and Harvard will end up taking this one with a 1.45.
That's just what they did, and that's all she wrote. Yeah, it's one of those tough situations. 18, I'm not sure if they even, boat 9 ended up coming from behind, so they did have luffing rights, but I'm just curious if they might have just slipped down a little bit too much, and it's all that they could do, and boat 7 was already to windward and sailing fast to that finish either way, so.
College of Charleston drops to 2 and 5. Another win for Harvard keeps them in second place, entrenched with a mark of 6 and 1, trailing only Stanford, but it's Harvard with 1 loss, and then Penn, BC, and Dartmouth with 2 losses each. And right now, if we were to hit the stop button on all of this, Cornell would be team number 6. But Yale is knocking right on the door, no doubt about that.
There's your old stomping grounds, Clay.
Yeah.
How does it look relative to when you went there?
That dock is brand new. Well, relatively new. So we didn't have that, but everything else looks the same since the 70s, to be honest with you.
Nice.
Which isn't to say, for those at home, you did not attend in the 70s.
I know. They
Okay.
just haven't updated their sailing center since the 70s. And if I can use my on-air time for any sort of pitch, I would love it if the Harvard Sailing Center was updated.
MIT's has been updated more recently, is that correct?
I think certainly more recently, yes. They've added some floating dock space. They've got a really nice facility on the river. Yeah, a few years ago, the Harvard Sailing Center actually sank, went a few feet underwater, and they sent in divers to go underneath and fix the holes and refloat it back up and continue to use it.
Wow. Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
gotta
a lot
say,
of upper body strength for those divers, huh? Just to shoulder press it back to the surface.
I didn't know that about it, that it sunk like that.
Yep.
I gotta say, we were quite spoiled at St. Mary's. Had you ever sailed at St. Mary's?
I've sailed at St. Mary's a lot.
It's quite beautiful.
it's
Have
a-
you seen our boathouse?
It's
the new one?
gorgeous. Yeah, there's the Harvard Sailing Center, the side of it. It's just a big box on a barge with a little gangway coming off the sidewalk. You can see the spectators there lining the streets, cheering on the women team racing.
That's definitely been the awesome part of these nationals, is seeing all the parents and friends and alumni stopping by and watching from the bike paths.
Yeah, the view from the side of the river is really good. Hard to beat.
Madam Giardino, along with Gloria Kevlicuite, alum of St. Mary's College of Maryland, former Seahawk and former Harvard Crimson Clay Johnson alongside as well. We are in day 1 of 2 of Women's Team Racing Championships. 12 teams participating. 6 will remain after a handful of more races. We've got 66 races total in this round. And right now, we are at the junction of race 42, somewhere in the early 40s worth of races. So just over 20 races remain. And then we'll regroup, reconfigure, figure out what is left to do here today. But after a slow start with some racing under postponement, we've had a nice stretch of weather and a nice stretch of wind to get us through another big stretch of these races. Yale and MIT in the water, but it's Penn and Dartmouth that we'll focus our attention on. Race number 41 out of 66 in this round, and we've got Penn and Dartmouth, a pair of teams that are right now tied for third, so maybe the cut line might factor in with one of these two schools. Maybe they'll both be above it, but certainly when it comes down to it, by the end of coverage tomorrow, a win in this race could go a long way.
Yeah, that's right. These two teams are pretty close in standings to one another, so looks like Penn has a pretty strong start off the line. Boat 11 from Dartmouth kind of started a little bit back. Looks like boat 3 is going to sail out to the left. So maybe actually, I'll say what, Dartmouth actually has a pretty strong hold. So it looks like Dartmouth has a pair right here right now. And they're windward here. Let's see how they hold. And they also potentially have a pair here or here. So it's one of those things where this boat that's boat that is, I believe, 12 may have, and now it looks like they've lost it just with that wind shift. We thought that they had boat 3 out on the left-hand side. Now we'd be lucky if we had boat 1 here, if we were boat 12. Yeah, fallen a little bit, bow back. Let's see if 1 goes with boat 11. And now we'll definitely be able to tell if boat 12 has boat 1, and that seems to be the case. So yeah, Dartmouth currently has 2 pairs, but notice how boat 10's bow is starting to fall back a little bit. So you kind of, their bow's right here, right? So you would rather have them be a little bit even. You'd want Dartmouth around here, their bow, or maybe even punched out a little bit forward here. So it looks like they've kind of lost one of their pairs. Not to worry though. Boat 11 here is a few ladder runs up, and it looks like even if 10 lost boat 2, boat 11 can still come in to help.
So Gloria, you're from Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
What brought you to St. Mary's of Maryland? How did that come on your radar?
I just through sailing, yeah, because
Yeah.
they're a big sailing school, so definitely well known in college sailing. Otherwise, it's mainly in-state students. But yeah, I had done my overnight visits. I loved the team, loved Adam Warblow. I'd met Connor Bluen at a Neal clinic before, back when he used to coach at St. Mary's. So, and then I met Bill Ward as well. And pretty much every coach I met Bill Ward first. Like a few years back, he had coached our team even at a regatta. And so every coach I met from St. Mary's was like, they're awesome. They are awesome. Did my overnight, loved it, thought it was beautiful. You know, I could use some fresh air after living in the city my entire life and, you know, inhaling fumes. So,
How big was your high school? Because St. Mary's College is about 1,500 students.
that's right. My high school was also pretty small, like about 950 students.
Okay.
So maybe 1,000. No, yeah, 950, I'd say. So went from small to slightly bigger, and yeah, you know, just left with seasonal allergies after St. Mary's, so, which I didn't have before. Wasn't used to trees and all that, so. But
I could imagine there are plenty of high schools in Chicago. I saw 1,500, and then I thought of you, and I thought, boy, 1,500 could be a class size at a high school in Chicago.
That's right. Yeah. But yeah, we've got we get sailors from Chicago going. We love that the East Coast college experience. That's for sure. So.
Did you look at other schools? Were there other sailing programs on your radar?
Oh, plenty. I would say sailing was definitely something I really wanted to do in college. So, I would say majority of the schools I was looking at, I was hoping to sail at. So, but yeah, even actually speaking of, my old high school coach Isaac Clark is the coach at UPenn, and UPenn's doing a pretty good job here, maintaining their. Somewhat, it was a 1-2, but now they're holding out that ace, boat 2 and 10. Even their boat 1 still has somewhat of an ace, maybe. Not anymore, so now I'd kind of be looking for boat 2 either immediately convert to a play 1, which I think would be a little bit hard with 11 inside, or I'd be looking for UPenn to see and recognize that maybe we go play 4, 1, 4, 5. Here you go. Boat 2 kind of taking out boat 10 from UPenn. So now I'm definitely seeing it. Play 4, right? I'm making the call to my teammates. And we're just making sure that we keep one Dartmouth boat in the deep 6. That looks like what UPenn's boat 2 is doing at the minute. Now, if I'm Dartmouth, 12 and 11, they're doing a great job of slowing down boat 1, right? So they know that all they want to do is consolidate the race. They want to get their boat 10 back out of the 6. So great job. Boat 11's taking out one of the UPenn boats. Boat 12 is coming back over to help boat 10 get out of the 6. All these jibes, they're all tactical, right? So it's all done to slow down this race. Boat 12, well done from Dartmouth, taking out boat 2 of UPenn, now pushing their teammate forward. Now what I'd be looking for is boat 11 to slow down boat 1 hard, because now that your teammates are ahead of that one UPenn boat, you want to make sure that they also get ahead of the UPenn boat that you've been keeping an eye on this whole time. It looks like they're kind of rounding ahead here. Boat 10, boat 11 doing a great job slowing down 1 here, and I think their teammates will get up ahead. Well done, Dartmouth. Big green there. So now Dartmouth's in that play 2, 2, 3, 4. I'm always interested to see how they're going to go around Mark 4, because many teams sometimes switch up the roles, I should say, of the boats. So if I'm 11, you know, there you go. 10 is slowing down hard on boat 2 here. I want to make sure that 12 gets through. They were in a bit of a tough spot there, right around Mark 4. 12 is now going to be the boat that pushes the 1 to finish the race. And Dartmouth right now has 2 pairs, and 2 pairs are all you need to win. It sounds so easy when you say it like that. It's my favorite.
Yeah, I just need to
Just 2 pairs.
2 pairs. That's fine.
That's it. It's way easier said than done.
145. And again, resetting the stakes of this race. These are 2 teams that are right now tied at 4 and 2, so tied for 3rd place in the standings. One will, of course, leapfrog the other and own a head-to-head matchup victory, which, when it all boils down, it could prove to be significant. Stanford is 7-0, Harvard sitting 1 loss behind them. But then it's this next cluster of Dartmouth, Penn, and Boston College sitting there at 4 and 2. And this is through Flight 10. And these are the marks. With Yale and Cornell at the moment, they would be the ones that are grappling for that cut line. Who's in, who's out into the round of 6. So again, for Dartmouth, they've got the edge. Trying to hold off Penn to the finish. Nothing that Penn can do to halt number 11's progress there. And it is a victory for Dartmouth. And so the Big Green improved to 5 and 2. A head-to-head win over Penn as the Quakers drop to 4 and 3. They're now tied for 5th place with the Cornell Big Red. We're going to pause here. We'll step aside on the commentary side of things. Races 42, 3, and 4 are due up next, and then commentary will rejoin for race number 45. It's between Harvard and Stanford. It's the big one so far here in the round of 12 that we're geared up for. We'll rejoin you. Race 45 on the commentary side up next here in Boston.
your race?
Yeah.
It's gonna be a big race.
The race that could provide a little clarity on who will have a lead through the round of 12. Harvard and Stanford, they're the top two teams right now. It's Stanford undefeated through 44 races in total, and here we are, race 45. The top two
teams in the water so far here this morning and into the afternoon. Stanford and Harvard. A battle for first place on the line as we compete here in the round of 12.
Big race for both teams. Certainly for Stanford, they want to keep up their winning ways, and a race here gives them a 2 race in the loss column cushion over their nearest competitor. And if anyone wants a chance to beat Stanford, they got to give them some losses at some point. So
Every other school, big Harvard Crimson fans right now.
at the moment, yeah.
At the moment. Might not last long, but for right now, everybody loves Harvard.
So it's 1 minute to the start.
So it looks like we have 2 Stanford boats pinmost at the minute.
It looks pretty light and like they might struggle to lay the pin. No, they've been able to shoot up and close some windward gauge.
Maybe, you know, kind of a tough move there by boat 3 from Harvard. I know they're probably just trying to get a little bit closer to that pin there, but last minute, that was a bold move. It worked out, but that was pretty bold considering how light it was.
So 10 looks to be winning their combination off of the boat end of the boat. 3 actually punched out nicely towards the pin.
Well done.
So if you're 10 right here, are you still, they're still keeping an eye on number 1 even as they're making their way more vertically?
Yes. You're the closest Stanford boat to boat 1. And they're probably your easiest opportunity to have a winning pair. So yes, and as we say that, they come over here to reposition themselves in front of boat 1. Looks like there's a little bit of a lefty at the top of our screen.
And boat 12 is starting to look pretty nice coming back.
Yeah, I think this shift is going to favor Stanford.
It's one of those tough things where boat 3 looked great off that starting line. They were bow out and windward, but even then, going out to that left-hand side, bow out as the windward boat. Like you were saying, you kind of want to be the leeward guy today. Definitely isn't much help either that boat 2 is kind of punched back right now. If you're the Harvard boats right now, Clay, what are you thinking?
Well, I'm a little concerned because 1 and 2 seem to be falling pretty far behind. So if I'm number 3 and I recognize that my teammates are fall behind and not helping that much, I think my priority shifts to getting the 1. If you get the 1, you have the opportunity to slow the race down and maybe give some chances for your team to catch up. But without the 1, you could pretty quickly get passed by and the race could be over.
That's right.
Yeah, it feels like the speed that we've seen from these Stanford boats, that if they go 1, 2, 3, that
yeah, they're fast. They're very fast. And it looks like 3 did a nice job of outsailing boat 12. And throws in a couple tacks here. Hopefully they can cross boat 10.
Oof.
And yeah, that's a
relief.
That was a good job of slowing things down just a little bit more for them. But I'm pretty nervous. The 2 Harvard boats in the back are really far behind at the moment.
Yeah,
that left shift definitely helped the Stanford team here. So Stanford's in a 2-3-4 with a really deep 5-6. I think if I'm the Stanford team, what I do is I just sail really fast and fan out and keep the pressure on boat 3 to maintain the 1. And you know, if there's an opportunity to get around boat 3, you take it, but really just keep sailing as fast as you can and try and get around this course and end the race.
Right. Yeah, boat 3 is definitely in a tough spot now. It's like keeping this 1, like pressure is so on them, and it's one of those things where there's a good chance that they get 3v1 now. You know, you got 3 boats following you on the downwind, trying to slow you down. You know, the odds are kind of against you, and so it's one of those high pressure moments where you really just gotta keep calm, sail on. Stanford doing a good job of kind of the pyramid scheme there. But I like it. Harvard looks calm. Starting to get definitely much lighter here. It's not going to be in Harvard's favor. Looks like boat 11 was already able to kind of punch ahead of 3 a little bit here. And I think our final Harvard boat is just now getting around Mark II.
Yeah, boat 11 crossed ahead of 3 to take over that inside positioning. And now they're just going to cover 3 and let their teammates keep sailing fast and maybe get around and go into a play 1.
So this is, we're definitely seeing the forecast kind of do what it was saying it was going to do, which is kind of lighten up towards the end of the day here.
Well, we can say, and just in the grand scheme of things, without any sail-offs after the rounds of 12 or 6, we're slated to have 87 total races here in this championship, so we are past the midway point of everything. In the wider view, we are shooting for 66 races in the round of 12, so we're about 2/3 of the way through that chunk.
Looks like boat 1 and 2 kind of got a little bit of pressure from behind here in the back. Maybe there's some breeze that's coming down the race course. Let's hope so, at least, you know.
You can see boat 11's doing a really nice job of clamping on boat 3. And they're going to slow them down and let their teammates go around, and maybe Stanford can round with a 1, 2, 3. Certainly at least a 1, 2.
That pressure's coming down the race course here. Hasn't just yet gotten to those Stanford boats, but Harvard is now starting to somewhat close the gap, even after Stanford did a great job of converting to a play 1 here.
Yeah, they're still pretty far behind, and Stanford has a 1, 2, 3. If I'm the 3rd boat, I'm going to slow down Harvard boat number 3 as they're doing. Number 10's heading up 3, and just let my 2 teammates try and run away to, at the very least, get into a nice covering scheme for this last beat.
This rate, you almost don't even need a covering scheme.
It's tough because they are pretty far up ahead. I like that they were able to get, they're definitely way closer than they were before, but it's one of those things where even more than like 3 boat lengths, more than 4 boat lengths is oftentimes you see as a breakaway here. And this looks like far more than 4 boat lengths at this rate.
not a ton to say. Stanford sailing really fast, really good boat handling. 2 Harvard boats fell behind early, and they've closed the gap a little bit, but Stanford looks pretty in control at the moment in a 1-2-3.
Should this hold, Stanford will have a 2-game lead over everybody else, a 2-point lead over everybody else. Stanford marching its way towards an 8-0 start. Harvard potentially about to drop to 6-2, with Dartmouth College and Boston College both 5-2 hanging right behind that. And of course, if nothing shifts here, with Stanford having this one well in hand toward the home stretch.
Yeah. I mean, interestingly enough, boat 2 does have a little bit of leverage here now, having been on the left-hand side in this pretty big shift. You can see that breeze that came down.
Boat 12 is doing a nice job of slowing down to balance, so that even though 2 might be ahead of their teammates 11 and 10, they're going to struggle to get over there to do a pass back.
Yeah, so it looks like 2 is potentially ahead of a boat 11 now. I'm curious, maybe they are over ley line as well.
See the finish line coming into our view on the right side of the screen.
Yeah, it looks like they're a little bit low of the pin, but they...
So it might be a little uphill battle, but there's a sliver of a hope here.
Right. I'd hope for a pin from boat 2, but even then, they're pretty close to ley line here, and 11 is going to come back on starboard. 12 did a great job of slowing there. 2's starting to fall back.
Yeah, 2 needs to do everything they can to prevent 11 from finishing. I'd be trying to reach as much as I can to get into a pinning position. I think 11 realized that and tried to tack. All right, now here's a case where maybe you go behind them and duck and do a really big roll tack and try to prevent them from tacking back. Probably needs to be a little faster there.
Tough. Looks like Stanford's finishing here in a 1-2.
Just about wire to wire for the Stanford Cardinal. A convincing victory over the team trying to track them down. Harvard, with a win, would have tied atop the table. Instead, now it's 2 losses in back of the Cardinal for the Harvard Crimson.
And you can kind of have, you can see how light it is just based on where the crews are sitting in the boat. If you look at boat 3 here from Harvard, the crew's all the way sitting on the leeward tank. Skippers are even sitting in. You see in boat 10, Stanford skipper is sitting in all the way inside of the tank. It's definitely starting to get pretty light out there. What do you think is the key play?
Well, I think there's this big fear of being out of the pressure and falling behind, which is what happened to the 2 Harvard boats early in that race. So it sounds so simple, but you have to get a good start and get off the line and not let that happen. I would have my head out of the boat looking for the pressure. I think pressure is a pretty important part here, and then boat handling is really important today too. As the lighter it gets, the more important it is to boat handle well.
Right, and I think those crews are doing a great job of flattening out of those tacks. Pretty nice rolled tacks here from Harvard. Yeah, I mean, crews when they dive back down to leeward pretty hard like that, that's just one of the telltale signs where, you know, it's pretty light out, and that just goes to show how active of a role crews have in the boats, right? So always on their toes and plays such a big factor in keeping the boat balanced and just super flat. And so, you know, some of the best crews, I think, punch out to leeward like that, super light air days, making sure not even a sliver of windward heel.
Take a look at the standings through Flight 11. We just saw the first race of Flight 12, so you can, in your head, adjust what we see at the top there. Stanford's now 8-0. Harvard is 6-2. And all of a sudden, that cut line, it's Penn and Yale. We suspected Brown was going to need to do a lot of work to get themselves back into things. Not out of it yet, but the best that Brown can do is finish 6-5. They win the final 3 races, so that is still right now. It feels like there are 7 teams that are in the hunt for a top 6 finish, with Penn and Yale currently the most on the hot seat. Elsewhere on the water, I know we're talking about those conditions, Gloria, and you were highlighting what we saw on the water and what we see in the water in front of us. We're wondering and speculating if the next race is being held up or if they're going to let this thing go with the amount of wind that we're experiencing.
Yeah, I think right now I would expect a little bit of postponement, just a slight delay until we see a little bit more pressure coming out over across the course. It's one of those things where, you know, when you take a look at the water, if you can see the reflection of the buildings and it looks pretty glossy, that means it's not a good day to sail. The way I like to describe it is if the crew team's having a good time, sailors are having a bad time. So.
Well, it's a good day to be, or at least a good moment to be a rower as we step aside here from the water of the Charles River. We'll pick coverage back up as soon as we got racing again. But right now we've got 45 races in the books. Race 46 between Dartmouth and MIT coming your way next here on ESPN.
What I did not expect about Harvard was that the most special part to me is community.
Harvard isn't a place where I feel like I have to prove to be someone or prove to be something that I'm not. I can just be me, and that's always more than enough.
It's a place that will open up opportunities and ideas that you may not have had before.
Teaching at Harvard is my favorite thing. It feels at times like a shot of just energy.
It's the people who actually bring what is so special about Harvard to Harvard.
Everyone is talking, listening, telling stories, laughing. There's all sorts of activity that's going on.
It's not about people trying to be the best in the world. It's about us trying to be our best for the world.
Come here, come here. Hey, hey. Bring me a toy. Oh boy. I have always dreamed of coming to Harvard for a really long time. I come from a pretty rural town. I grew up passing turkey fields and corn farms and stuff on my way to school. North Carolina is not super known for sending a lot of people to Harvard. So for me and my community, it was definitely a shock that I got in.
I'm excited.
I feel like I'm gonna squirrel gathering acorns. Like I'm gonna just
you're
look for things that I like. I think my high school experience was unique. I didn't find myself a lot with other classmates that looked like me or shared sort of that immigrant background experience. So the transition was, I think, a little bit difficult in the sense of like, it was my first time leaving home. I'm really close with my family. This was kind of the first place that I found other students who had shared that sort of like black sheep experience in high school.
I think I started just like everyone else, started preparing probably like end of my junior year, getting ready for all my applications. I thought if other kids could do it, there might be a chance that I could do it, and so I might as well put myself out there, and the worst that happens is you get a no.
I wanted to make sure that when paying for college, it wasn't my parents that was paying for college, it was me. And so when I found out I got in, and then when I found out that Harvard would cover 100% of the cost of me being able to stay here, plus even more, I think that was what really motivated me to choose Harvard.
I feel like when I step on this campus, like I'm part of like a bigger energy.
It's invigorating, right? Because people are excited. They have all these things that they want to do.
The amount of people here I've met who are so incredibly supportive has been really overwhelming.
I can't remember a day that I've walked to class and not seen someone that I know, or that I walk into a dining hall and there's not someone that I feel comfortable walking up to and sitting and eating my lunch with.
The thread that connects us together is this belief that we're educating citizens and citizen leaders for society who are trying to make a positive difference to the world.
Here at Harvard, I found a lot of students from the Vietnamese community who also share a lot of their roots in America and in Vietnam. That is what surprised me, is that I never thought I'd find someone to relate to in that sense.
I really appreciate just feeling like there's a community wherever I go on this campus.
So when I went to college, I didn't know what a liberal arts education was. Nor did I care, because I was just applying to college, and it didn't matter if it said that. I didn't know what that meant. It wasn't until the case that I was forced to take a class that I didn't really want to take. It was a film class. Why am I in this class? It has to satisfy a requirement. I'm going to take this class. And of course, by the end of that course, I had been totally transformed. I had never expected anything like this.
Ultimately, the idea of a liberal arts and sciences education is the notion of liber, which is to liberate, to free the mind. That's what I think we're really trying to do, is educate people who can live a life of freedom and responsibility.
Before class starts, I walk around the lecture hall. I talk to different people. I ask them questions about how things are going. And it's just through those small micro conversations before class, after class, or having break, then I try to get the sense of where people are at.
It's those moments where you are really thinking on your feet. You know, students are discovering on the spot.
The classes have been really transformative in terms of meeting professors who are so keen to talk to you and excited that you're curious about what they're doing.
The amount of speakers and facilitators that we have come into the school that work with us every day to increase our skills and our communication abilities and our public service, it truly is incredible.
Harvard is an intellectual carnival. People from all over the world, people from all over this great country are coming together to learn with and from each other.
How do students shape the community here? They shape it in all of the things that they do.
I think when you think of a student athlete, at least in like the college athletic world, the emphasis really is on being an athlete more than a student sometimes. But when you're here at Harvard, being a student athlete is trying to do both of them incredibly, incredibly well.
I'm a part of the Asian American dance troupe. It is something that you don't need experience to be a part of, and so I think it was really amazing to be a part of a dance community, and by the end of it we got to put together a really awesome and energetic dance showcase.
When I'm not in classes or when I'm not working on my thesis, I love to skateboard. I also like art, so sometimes I'll find myself in Lover Art Room. I like to make magazines, so these are just like collages that I kind of work on. I think the advice I would give to my younger self when I was applying to Harvard would be to never forget where I'm from.
I think the most important advice I can give is that you get out of college what you put in.
I encourage them to pursue lines of inquiry that really matter to them. Achievement by itself is empty unless it's connected to something more soulful.
Whatever you set your mind to is possible. Even the crazy ideas that you think you can't do, you think you can't start a company, you think you can't do this research, you think you can't realize this idea. When you see people doing it around you all the time, it really forces you to challenge that and realize that I can be doing these things. I can do whatever I set my mind to.
Amy Elizabeth Chalan Vacasella.
I would say a Harvard education for my family means impact. It means voice. It means being able to contribute.
When I graduate from here, I will have an incredible skill set and so many different experiences that are going to enable me to be such a productive member of society after this.
Whatever I want to accomplish, I have the fundamentals, I have the education, I have the abilities to do whatever that is, and now it's just up to me to go out and do it.
We want to be a place where people not only feel like they're here for their education, but they're here because they can contribute to the community. What I would say to any student who's considering coming to college and considering coming to Harvard College, come and help us write the next chapter of our story.
Penn in Wisconsin in the water, race 47 as we resume action. It is just breezy enough to get this thing restarted. Had a brief postponement. Penn, Wisconsin, Yale, Boston College to follow. And so Penn, the prohibitive favorite here in one of those races that when it's all said and done, Penn's going to want to have in its win column.
Good start from Penn, back from the short wind delay.
Yeah, still looking pretty light out there, so we're just going to want to see some strong roll tacks from the teams. Penn kind of the whole team leading out to the left here. Nice pressure here over on the right-hand side. Look at 17, kind of just cruising along. Nice boat speed from Wisconsin. Look at pointed up, fast. Oh. Penn currently rounding in a 1-2, it appears. But Wisconsin close behind.
You know, I wonder if that was maybe a small missed opportunity for number 9 to take out 16 on starboard and let their teammate 7 pass by, and then you could have had a 1-3 with a nice opportunity for a bump and run.
Yeah, maybe we'll just have to watch them do it here on the downwind, but I do agree. I do think that's a missed opportunity, but the door is still open for plenty more here with their teammate so close behind.
Mentioned, we look at the standings with these two teams. It's Penn that currently finds itself on the right side of things, 4-3 mark. Wisconsin still in search of its first victory. The other race in the water right now is Yale against Boston College. That race is just getting underway here in the Charles River. Take a look at that race, and it's again between two teams that right now Boston College is 5-2, Yale is 4-3. Cluster of teams find themselves all within a win or a loss of that 6th place cut line, including both of these teams. It'd be a significant victory for the Yale Bulldogs.
Yeah, this is an important race for both of these teams, and it looks to me like Yale had a really nice start, maybe even a 1-2-3 right off of the starting line. Bit of a left shift. You can tell that because all the boats are on port tack. But 13 and 14 are leading out, covering the Boston College boats well, and then their third boat has an ace on the other side of the course.
Yeah, it looks like right now Yale has 3 pairs off this start.
Race 48 is the final of Flight 12, and that is curious of note because race 49, the first race of Flight 13, puts the Yale Bulldogs back in the boats. So it's a logical point for us to step aside, and it's going to be back-to-back action for the Bulldogs in the water against Boston College, and one that they want to have, and one against the still unblemished Stanford Cardinal, one that they would absolutely love to get.
A little bit of a wrinkle in the rotation for Yale to sail 2 races in a row. So they're going to have to sail this entire race, go back to the dock, rotate into different boats, and then head out for the next race. So a little bit of a break for all the other teams right now, and 2 important races in a row for Yale. So far it looks pretty good as they round into 1-2.
Obviously, racing back-to-back is something that you want to avoid. Just as the race organizers, sometimes it's nothing that you can avoid when the computer spits out the pairings and the seatings and all of that. It is the only instance in this round of 12, spanning 17 different flights, that we will see a team race consecutively.
I like how boat 15 from Yale played it pretty conservative there. They could have gone for a lee bow, but they went for that duck. Not drawing any fouls, making sure they're staying ahead of what they can, and just letting their teammates do their job in the 1-2, sail fast, and just get around that race course. I gotta say, BC is quite fast in light air stuff, so force to be reckoned with here on this downwind. I want to get too comfy here.
Yeah, you can see BC using that speed just to catch up, and all of a sudden it's a race again.
Boat 15 from Yale doing a good job in the 4 right now, just making sure they're gapping and kind of slowing down that BC boat behind them. Yeah, boat 5 from BC, I'm telling you, they've got some speed and some hot wheels. And you're watching as a BC boat windward of 15 is kind of starting to gain some speed on them. All that being said, they still have to catch up to the 1-2, but I think BC is doing an excellent job of sailing fast and trying to catch what they can. They're kind of trying to close that gap.
So it's condensed a little bit, but Yale maintains their 1-2 advantage at Mark 3 as they look to round Mark 4. And 15 from Yale is doing a really nice job of slowing down even more of the BC boats, letting their teammates round with a nice lead. So it's a little easier for them, the 2 of them, to cover 1 BC boat without much worry of other boats catching them. If you're boat 15 from Yale, slow the race down from behind, prevent those BC boats from catching up, but always maintain somebody behind you so that you have an ace. And safety blanket.
Yale's doing a great job with those cover zones, just keeping the BC boats in their cones, essentially, in their coverage zones. They have great control of the right and the left here. We're looking for 14 to go back soon. There they go. Just meeting back in the middle here. Making sure they're staying ahead of the BC boat out left. Kind of keeping the fleet under their boom. Yale's doing an excellent job here, maintaining great coverage of the BC boats.
Back-to-back races where we saw Penn have a pretty good handle on Wisconsin. Yale with a really strong handle here over Boston College. Looking a little bit more like the Yale team we might have expected out of the chute. Not the team that started 1 and 2, but it's now a Yale Bulldogs team that has righted the ship. They are now 4 and 1 over their last 5 races.
Yep, and pretty quickly getting right back into it.
And as we mentioned, Yale is going to be heading to shore, switching boats, getting back in this, the rotation. So back-to-back races, it's a logical point for us to pause and let them get themselves ready for race number 49. We'll have that when we return to the Charles River in Boston.
I wrote all the time when I was little. I was always writing novels and making up characters and stuff. I started sailing when I was little. I did all the summer camps in elementary school. I never really got into it competitively until high school, but my high school had a really good sailing program, and I sailed competitively and got recruited to Harvard. I entered college the fall of 2020, so it was all during COVID, so everything was online. And I just randomly stumbled upon The Independent, which is a very small newspaper at the time. I was managing editor and then forum editor, and then finally got to editor-in-chief my junior year to senior fall. It's a really cool experience to be there when people are pitching their articles and then see everyone's articles from start to finish. When I entered, it was a staff of, I think, 10 or 15 people, and they're publishing every month online. By the end of my tenure as editor-in-chief, we were publishing weekly, 20 pages, and there was a staff of about like 125. And so that really got built from the ground up. There was definitely a lot of issues along the way, so learning about, libel and defamation and what you can print, what you can't print. I'm actually writing my senior thesis on, the history of defamation and sensationalism in newspapers. I think my favorite one was that I just published 2 weeks ago. It was called For the Love of Doing Nothing. It really was a reflective, introspective piece about often lose sight of the ability to just sit and relax and enjoy where we are and where our feet are. What I am grateful that I did freshman year was that I tried so many different things. And I would really give that advice to other freshmen. I think there's so many opportunities at Harvard to take those leaps freshman year and discover what you actually really enjoy, so that by the end of your 4 years, you can be proud of the work that you've done and be proud of the families and communities that you've built around that.
accepted in a space, but being wanted there, you feel needed, you feel like your contribution is irreplaceable.
When I think of where I belong or how I feel included, it's feeling comfortable in the space that I'm in, feeling like I can be myself, and it's knowing that there's an opportunity for me to make changes or speak out.
Inclusion and belonging stems from not only like being invited to the party, but being asked to dance.
I think that a big thing that a lot of us deal with is imposter syndrome and feeling like we don't belong in a lot of the spaces that we're in. And so I think a big part of my own becoming a better person was realizing I do belong in these spaces. And then once I got to that point, I think that passing that along is one of the most important things that I can do.
One of the biggest things that you get from sport is friendship, it's community, it's self-confidence. So when it comes to inclusion, I want to make sure that even if you're not having a great day on the court, you didn't have a great match, or frankly you're not playing right now, do you still feel part of the team? Do you still feel part of the athletic community?
It's easy to feel a little bit left out in high school, easy to feel like the odd one out, and I guess Brown made me feel like I was surrounded by people who got me in a way.
I think to start everything, it is conversation that has to happen, and then it'll turn into action. Once you bring it in more people's minds that it is an issue or it is something that wants to be celebrated, it gets a lot easier to kind of continue.
There's a lot of people coming after me, and I want them to have a better experience than even I had, and keep passing that down to the generations to come.
Welcome to the community. We want to introduce ourselves to you.
We're a not-for-profit financial cooperative founded and operated by Harvard employees.
If you work or study at Harvard or any of the teaching hospitals, you and your family are eligible to join.
We've helped thousands in the community buy their first homes, pay off their student loans, and build strong credit.
Ask your friends and colleagues why they bank with HUEC.
And get to know us at huecu.org/hello.
The year is 3024. A hydrofoil is on the Charles. We've got drones following it off into our droid-filled future. Everybody, this is what's ahead. Alongside Gloria Kevlicuite, alongside Clay Johnson, Adam Giardino with you. I mean, if you wondered who's having the best day out on the Charles River, these athletes are all in contention. This guy might top the list.
That's definitely somebody's dad. That's somebody's dad from the regatta for sure.
Yeah, they're saying, hey, I'm covering part of your rent every month in your off-campus apartment. I get to hydrofoil across the course.
Exactly.
Here's a look. Stanford, as Harvard drops into a tie with Dartmouth at 6-2. This is through flight 12 as we begin flight number 13. Lots of action still to go. We've got roughly 18 more races here in the round of 12. And so the hope is at least knock out those 18 for sunset, which seems confident of that to happen. And then we'll reassess where things are heading into the round of 6. But how about a four-way tie for 4th place, in which one of those teams will not be part of our round of 6?
A lot of important races coming up for those teams. It's definitely going to be close as we head into the final 6, as we get to the end of this round robin. Race wins will be very important.
I'm very hopeful that we get the rest of the round robin off today, and I do think that's going to be a possibility.
I think that's a natural stopping point.
Yeah.
Before we went to break, we knew that Dartmouth and College of Charleston race number 50 would be in the water. We are waiting on race number 49 because of that rotation for Yale. And so let's jump into the action with race number 51, Tulane and Wisconsin, two teams that in all likelihood will not be finishing in the top 6, but have made their way from
thousands of miles away to find their way here in Boston and to put everything on the line with a solid competition.
Ten seconds to go. Breeze looks light. I think they said while we were on break that they did a quick readjust of the course, maybe move the marks a little to the right. Pretty good start for Tulane. I like number 9 has won the pin. Number 7 looks like they won the boat. Number 8 looks pretty solid in the middle. I like their positioning.
Yeah, I think boat 9's going to make out quite well from that left-hand side, being the leewardmost boat.
I like boat 7 too. They sat on top of 16 and gave them some bad air as long as they could, but then they peeled off and took number 18 all the way to the right side of the course just to make sure that they have some pair discipline and don't let 18 go unaccounted for.
Sixteen's doing a great job of flopping there with boat 1, or boat 8, my apologies. Boat 7 getting a nice lift here on the right-hand side.
Race number 50 that did get off, it was Dartmouth College Charleston in the big green, took down the Cougars, so an unsurprising result there based on the way that things have been shaking out throughout the day. And so for Dartmouth, that at least momentarily puts them alone in second place, one win ahead of Harvard, both teams with 2 losses. Harvard's race coming up next is against Penn in race 53, so it's a little bit of a layoff for the Crimson.
Wisconsin boat 16 having pretty good control here of both Tulane boats. I would have maybe waited and tacked closer to the Tulane boat coming across.
Yeah, I don't love that move because they were ahead of boat 8 in the middle,
right,
winning that combination. And instead, they go from winning one combination and losing another to losing both of them.
Right.
I think it's really important to make sure that you're dividing up into your most ideal distribution and winning as many pairs as you can.
It looks like it's lightening up so hard here, bottom right. As well as in the middle. Totally different pressure across the race course right now.
Yeah, it's pretty light.
You'd see the total difference in the point between the boats on the bottom right and the top left here.
I think it's also a little bit of an optical illusion from the drone, but sometimes it looks like the boats are just sliding sideways. It's
I
so
also
light.
was thinking that earlier, but I was like, nah, it's
Not a lot of
I'm
current
making
on the
that up.
Charles River.
Right, right.
But so Tulane is going to round with first and a third, play 1. You can see boat 17 waiting up, hoping to do a pass back with 7 and 16 behind them.
I like how Tulane's boat 9 has just stuck around close enough where they're ready to make something happen. Maybe spoke too soon, they're sailing a bit forward. I'm hoping they stay around. Wisconsin did a great job pushing forward here. I'd kind of want to look back and, you know, take a look. Does my teammate have a strong enough hold on boat 8 from Tulane, though? If not, I'd be looking to help him out by playing back on the Tulane boats rather than just keep pushing forward.
Well, what we've got here is a race between a couple of teams with just one win between them so far. University of Wisconsin in the Open Team Racing Championships. They were unable to grab a victory in that. They would love it if the women's team were able to grab a win here over Tulane.
This is a pretty close race up here at the front. Wisconsin's done a nice job of holding off a potential 1-2 from Tulane. So Tulane is the first. I think boat 7 is in 4th. And their teammate boat 8 is in 5th. So Tulane's in a 1-4-5, which is winning. My boat 9 here, just pinch up really hard and go really slow. Maybe I can allow boat 7 to go around the outside. It looks like boat 7's trying to get their bow through. I think boat 9 needs to be a lot closer here. I think you need to be right on their breeze if you're going to make this pass back happen. And it looks like it's happening, and it will happen, but I think it can be done a little faster and more effectively.
That's right.
And it feels like it's happening just due to the speed of 7 rather than teamwork, perhaps?
Yeah, exactly. 7 came in around with some speed. Yes, boat 16 was in some bad air, and it eventually happened. But I think at the higher level team racing, you need to be able to execute very quickly. And I think 9 probably could have been a little bit closer and been giving them some bad air and made it happen a lot faster. The other thing that's going on right now is 7 doesn't really have a grip on 16. If I was 7, I'd actually tack onto 17 and let 9 take 16 and maybe distribute yourselves a little bit better. So now what's happened is 17 ducked and then tacked on starboard, and there's a chance 7 can't tack and cross because 17's on starboard and 16's pinching them off. So you really don't have a grip on anybody if you're boat 7.
Yeah, boat 7's in a little bit of a tough spot, getting pinched off and nowhere to go. I definitely would want my teammate close. They're lucky that 17 tacked off there, in all honesty.
Yeah, and 16 should have been a little bit more responsive to 7 tacking. They should try to do a simo tack and go with them and lock them up. At some point, they're going to need to send 17 down onto boat 8 to try and do a pass back in the bottom. I don't know if we're at that point yet. See, all right, here's another opportunity. 9 and 7 can do a pass back, and they can go into play 1, but 9 is just a little bit too far ahead and not able to do it. I think 16 should have held on there a little longer.
Interesting, the other race that we saw glancing through a few moments ago, Boston College against Cornell, race 52. So all that we made about Yale having to race back-to-back races, it's actually going to be a pretty standard run affair with 3 or 4 races happening between Yale's race against Boston College and then their next race against Stanford.
Well, this little right shift has worked out for Tulane. they've been able to extend a little bit, and now 17 is going to go with 7 is going to go with 17, and 9 with 16, and they're going to be comfortably in a 1-2 again. As the finish line comes into view.
And it looks like Tulane has a pretty solid 1-2 here.
So the first win remains elusive for Wisconsin. Tulane picks up win number 2. The next race in the water, Boston College and Cornell. That's race 52. As it appears, we are still waiting for Yale and Stanford to begin things, with Yale needing to make its way through the rotation. We're getting word that Yale and Stanford might be in the water. We've been waiting for race 49 to get underway, and it is going to be Yale and Stanford in the water now, as that race had not gotten underway yet. So we are going to correct ourselves, and we still have not had race 49, which uses these exact boats. It is Harvard taking on Penn as we await Yale and Stanford at some point to get underway, but we're on to race 53 instead.
So this is Penn-Harvard, another important race for two teams that are trying to qualify for the top 6. Penn looks like they're off to a nice start with potentially a 1-2 as we approach mark number 1. Close tack in for 2. Penn's going to round mark 1 in a 1-2. Five. So pretty solid, stable combination for Penn. It is pretty close though.
So recap of where these teams have navigated their way through. Penn with that 5-3 record, losses to Stanford, Dartmouth, and one they'd love to have back against Tulane. That is Tulane's other win. We just saw them knock off Wisconsin, and that is just one when Penn looks back on things. They've got great wins against Yale, a strong win against Boston College, but one against Tulane. We'll keep an eye on that one. It'll take some doing and probably some wins against Stanford to get back to it, but this is a Penn team that has performed incredibly well so far and wants to keep that momentum going against a very, very talented Harvard group.
So 12 is doing a nice job of taking boat 2 high and trying to slow them down to allow their teammate boat 11 to get in front of them. I'm not quite sure if boat 11 has them, but they're going to try, as they should, because that's the goal. The Harvard team needs to get 1 boat ahead of boat 2. And here comes boat 1 from Penn doing a nice job of helping their teammate out as needed. Looks like we're coming into Mark 4, and Penn's going to do a nice job on that downwind of maintaining their 1-2. One, 2, 5. Pretty strong combination.
Still, you've got the Harvard team trailing pretty close behind here. Boat 12 gaining some momentum on this reach leg. Hoping they can just get a little nibble of one of those Penn boats. Well done from you, Penn, with that tack right away off with the Harvard boat.
Yeah, I like that. I think you always want your safest boat, your lead boat, to take the first opponent.
That's right.
And 3's doing a nice job of keeping boat 10 behind them. So as you can look at the screen, pretty easy to identify 3 winning pairs for the Penn team.
Definitely going to be a matter of balancing.
So, all right, 12 is coming up. They look pretty close. They're going to do duck, maybe a quick tack to see if there's an opportunity to pin the Penn boat. And 11 should come back to put the pressure on that Penn boat. That's where having really good boat handling is important. If you can rip a really good tack there and prevent number 2 from going.
Looks like UPenn's boat 3 just lost their ace here with boat 10 from Harvard. Looks like they were the windward boat, and they just had one of those instances where they just slid into the leeward boat, boat 10 from Harvard. So
a couple opportunities here opening up for the Harvard team. You know, that 12 and 2, this is going to be the race over here. 12 is doing a good job of preventing boat 2 from tacking, but they do not have a grip on boat 2. They can't slow them down in any way. And looking up the course, we see where the finish line is. They need to hold them as long as they can and not let them tack. Actually, they're getting pretty far out to the right side of the course.
Yeah.
Because those are the windward marks, I believe.
if they're pushing them that far out past lay, then they're doing a really great job.
Yep. So it looks like that Harvard boat is leading Penn boat number 2 back from the left-hand corner, and these 2 Harvard boats are ahead of number 3. As Harvard tries to consolidate this into a play 2. I would tack if I was boat 11. I don't want to bring boat 1 over to number 12. Tack.
Oof.
Tack. See, the bummer you have here is if 11 comes over, now 1 is going to tack on both Harvard boats.
And we're letting boat 3 out on their own
Right,
a little
and
bit
10
here.
wasn't disciplined staying with number 3. 10 needs to tack in front of 3 right now and really control them on the way in.
And boat 12, I'd say, wants to really, really slow down boat 2 here.
Well, the only fear you have is I think 10 needs to try and finish and force 1 to finish.
Right.
You don't want 3 to come across on starboard and get a piece of anybody.
Ooh.
All right, so Penn is going to finish with a 1.
Wow.
Harvard 2, 3, 4. That's a great come from behind win for the Crimson.
11 did a great job from Harvard to just sail fast, right? Not panic that they're getting covered, and just try and go bow down and fast to the finish.
Yeah, that was a really nice come from behind win in an important race.
We're going to jump over to really critical race at this stage. Stanford, they don't seem to be willing to get slowed down by anybody. Harvard had a crack at Stanford, couldn't do it. It's Dartmouth now with their opportunity. And we did get word that the race between Yale and Stanford, that was race number 49, is getting shuffled to the end of everything. So it'll be at the very end of the rotation, and so we will have that race. But race organizers, recognizing that the schedule had put Yale back to back, and deciding that, okay, this race needs to get raced, of course, but doesn't need to get raced at a point where Yale would be disadvantaged. So Harvard's win over Penn, in the grand scheme of things, it helps Harvard, it hurts Penn, but the team whose eyes are going to be opened up just a little bit more, the Brown Bears, as that adds another team into the mix with a 4th loss. Brown is sitting there with 5 losses. Brown's got to be perfect the rest of the way against MIT, against Penn, and then wrapping things up against Boston College. But if you're Brown and you win those 3, and especially knocking off Penn and Boston College, it should put you right there in the dance floor.
This is an important race too. Stanford undefeated, Dartmouth currently in 2nd, and Stanford looked to have a better start. There was a Dartmouth boat was over at the pin and had to circle back. And that looks like a 1-2-5 at the moment. So we take an more aerial view of all the action that's happening on the Charles today. So 7 and 8 from Stanford look to be in 1st and 2nd. I think my biggest concern right now would be boat 18 out on the right, uncovered with some leverage.
And 7 does not have the cross there, looking for a really nice lee bow and having them pinch off boat 18.
So I think 7's ahead of 18, but not in control of 18.
Right, you're really looking to keep the boat flat, maybe like 5 degrees of windward heel to try and pinch off 18. Going right with them back out to the right-hand side. Now they've definitely got a better control of boat 18.
Meanwhile, the Dartmouth boat went to the left and is caught up a little bit. Stanford's over there covering, but maybe they can sneak in 2nd and prevent this 1-2. It's going to be close. And the starboard tack advantage is going to go with Stanford here.
Yep. Tough, and they're not even going for a duck. Hopefully close there.
So 1-2 with the weather mark for Stanford. So Dartmouth does keep it close.
Stanford's boat 9 holding on to that ace as well, just in case anything may go wrong throughout this downwind or next reach leg. Now we've seen Stanford in 1-2 before on these downwinds, and they've done an excellent job of balancing, as well as coming back into and converting to a play 1. So curious to see how they're going to do with 2 strong players. Dartmouth has been doing quite well, and we've seen them go fast on these downwinds. So, you know, curious to see how they're going to do with the pressure 2v1 here on the right-hand side.
Gloria, what year did you graduate from St. Mary's?
2021.
So, just missed a women's team racing.
I did, yeah.
Year
I
after
was,
graduating.
yeah, I was very lucky though. I was one of the skippers for our open team racing nationals. So I was one of 4, I think, females at that national championship in 2021. So there was very few of us, as there still are pretty few in the open or team race nationals. So, but it was definitely an honor to be one of them there, and I'm happy to say that, you know, had my fun team racing. So it makes me really happy to see that there's so much more opportunity for women to get out there and team race.
During your 4 years at St. Mary's, how many years did you make nationals?
That was actually the first time we made team race in a bit. I'd say fleet race we made every year. I actually was out on injury or one of the years was a COVID year, so no nationals. I believe that was 2020. And then one of the years I was also out on injury. Actually, I was out on injury like sporadically, but spring of freshman year and then fall sophomore year out on a really bad neck injury. Then I was out again. Then COVID happened, so I actually lost a solid chunk of my college sailing career to an injury and then COVID. So coming back that senior year and helping qualify us for all 3 nationals was pretty awesome as a female driver. It was a really good feeling, considering I missed such a big chunk. Always has me kind of wondering what if I didn't miss all those years, but you know, it is what it is, and life moves on, and I had a great time regardless, and you know, I love staying involved, and yeah, I think I had my fun, you know.
The year that you made team race nationals 2021?
Yeah, we made it 2021. 22, I think we did make it 2022. The team was, and I think we made it most years after as well, but it was just before that we had like 2 or 3 years where we had not gone to team race nationals. So it was good to kind of get a little bit of that momentum. Of course, it was COVID year, so but still great fleet out there nonetheless. Really strong crews. Yeah, it was the year the Nats won in Annapolis. So. Stanford doing a pretty good job here balancing. I'm just a little worried if I'm boat 8 about boat 16 from Dartmouth on the left-hand side of the race course. Hoping that boat 7, and there they are, starting to slow down a little bit to make sure their teammate is able to get back over. All that being said, Stanford's done a great job holding on to an ace in the back. So if something does fall through, it's one of those instances where, hey, we can always fall back, maybe a play 4. Beautiful tacks from both of these teams. What do you think, Clay?
Those are really good tacks. I agree. So we're at the finish here. Stanford has a 1-3. Boat 16 is trying anything they can to stop boat 8. That's a good job there. And there goes boat 7 trying to do a pass back. Boat 16 is doing a really nice job of preventing boat 8 from going through. And here comes boat 18 all of a sudden into the mix.
Yeah, if I'm boat 7, I think I'd want to finish here. now I see that boat 8 is laying it to the finish.
Yeah.
I just want to go. That looks like maybe a 1-2 there, but brilliant effort from boat 16 from Dartmouth.
That was a really good effort at the end there. But Stanford maintains their winning ways.
You don't want to say anything's out of reach, certainly at this juncture, and it's not. But Stanford with a mark of 9-0. Harvard is 7-2. Dartmouth now drops to 7-3. So everybody with 2 or more losses, while Stanford still unblemished. So you can see, excluding race 49, that is a race between Stanford and Yale that will be concluded at the very end of this round of 16. So we are still waiting on that race as we continue to plunge forward. About a dozen races still to go here in the round of 12 before the field gets condensed to 6. We are speculating just amongst us that that might be a logical place to wrap up competition today. We know nothing for certain, but once we get through the round of 16, 66 races, there will be 21 races that remain. And wind, sunlight, all of it is going to be taken into account as we look to wrap up competition sometime before 5 o'clock tomorrow night. Brown got a necessary win over MIT, so that only helps the Bears move one rung up the ladder closer to Cornell, to Penn. Brown with critical matchups still remaining.
Yeah, I'll say one thing that's going to be a little bit promising is that the forecast is going to change for tomorrow. The breeze is looking more promising for the morning. I say promising in quotation marks, nobody quote me on this, just because it is Charles. But still forecasted to essentially totally die at 5 p.m., which is great because that's cutoff time tomorrow. But yeah, the only thing I worry about tomorrow is that I'm seeing, breeze looks better. We're thinking like 4 to 6 knots, but breeze direction is changing quite a bit from 7 a.m. to 12, and then kind of balances out until 3. So we'll see what happens. I'm no, predictor of wind myself, and you never really can predict it. So we'll see what happens for tomorrow.
At the starting line, that's University of Wisconsin and College of Charleston, race number 56. Already in progress at the University of Wisconsin and Charleston. So Boston College, Harvard, critical race on the water. It's for Boston College, they feel safe. They've done a lot already to this point, earned themselves up to a 6-3 mark. But you've got Harvard, they'll be looking to give you a 4th loss, and then you'll have a really hungry Brown Bears group that, with a win over Boston College, a win over Penn, and all of a sudden Brown would find itself inside the top 6. So if you're Boston College, it's obviously a big ask, but knock off the Harvard Crimson and save yourself any anguish in your final race of the day.
Yeah, like we were saying earlier, don't sleep on Brown, right?
Mm-hmm.
They took same as their team at the Open, took a few diggers, but then they were on the climb and on the way back up. And we're starting to see that with their women's team here at Team Racing as well.
This Harvard-Boston College race is an interesting one for me. From New Jersey, I know a lot of these sailors. There are two skippers on the Harvard team, Sarah and Cordelia Byrne, and two sisters, twins, on the Boston College team, Colleen and Michaela O'Brien. They're all four of them are members at Bay Head Yacht Club and have raced against each other their entire lives. So it's kind of cool to see these guys, in a national championship representing their schools and representing New Jersey so well and going at it.
Compare and contrast the personality of the twins. Similar personalities or different entirely?
I think they're very much their own person and different. But they look the same, and up until recently, unless they were standing right next to each other, I'm not sure I could tell them apart. But they're both really talented sailors, I will tell you that. Really aggressive, really good team racers. And the Byrne girls the same. Really good kids, really good sailors, and fun to coach, fun to watch, and I'm looking forward to this race.
Schools that have already been mathematically eliminated from the top 6. College of Charleston, MIT, Tulane, Wisconsin. It leaves 8 schools fighting for 6 spots. Stanford, of course, has already punched its way through. So is Harvard, and Dartmouth in a good position as well. Boston College, Yale, Cornell, Penn, and Brown are the remaining 5 schools for 3 spots.
"20 seconds left to the start."
What are you seeing from these boats as they try to leverage themselves?
Definitely, I'm seeing more of the BC boats at the line at the minute. Got a Harvard boat a little bit low, and maybe some boats over. Maybe not.
Yeah, I think it was an all-clear start, but I agree. Boat 14 was a little bit behind. Not ideal. Looks like boat 15 did a nice job of starting near the pin. 13's tacked off to go with 5. 4 had a nice start in the middle. So after a start like this, it's all about looking around and assessing what just happened and how can my team and I, or the team, divide up into the best winning combinations possible. So you want to take your opponent, the furthest ahead opponent that you have.
"15 and 6 kind of getting an attacking duel on the left-hand side here. I definitely wouldn't want to let any opponent get lure to me out on the left-hand side. We've seen day in, day out, all day long, how the lured most boat on the left-hand side is just coming out soaring in these races.
So, as I was just saying, BC looks like they've done a nice job of kind of dividing up what was a winning and a losing pair to a winning and a winning pair. 5 is going to stay with 15, and 6 is going to go with 14. And Harvard, conversely, is going to want to switch that up. 15 is going to want to go back on 5 and try to make a winning pair out of that. So Harvard looks to have the 1 in boat 13. I thought I just heard someone yell play 2, presumably Boston College.
That's right.
And 5 and 6 are doing a pass back right now. pretty successfully. I think if you're 5, the pass back has happened. You can return to sailing fast. Yep, they can tack off even because they have confidence their teammate's going to be ahead.
Boat 5 looks pretty good on boat 14 on the left-hand side as well. So I'd say they've got at least 2 pairs at the minute.
Yep, they're pretty solid play too.
4 is just going to want to keep pushing 13 around the race course. And 5 is going to want to be hard on 14. Same 6, hard on 15. I think 5 and 6 from BC did a great job coming back on starboard here, making sure that they're going to have the right of way coming around this mark, yet also balancing out those pairs from Harvard. Boat 4 is definitely catching some kind of breeze up here on the course left, putting the pressure on the Harvard boat in first. And just catching some gusts that the Harvard boat is just not in. Potentially sailing over the top of them here.
And you can see 5, 6, and 14 realizing that as well, and they're saying, all right, let's go find it.
Oh yeah. '13 is still in an okay spot. They're inside, and they're still on starboard, so they're looking pretty good. But the pressure is definitely on. Boat 4 is sitting kind of more in their breeze, and they don't seem to be going anywhere anytime soon, other than maybe ahead. Nice job by 13 from Harvard here, just trying to bring it back. Even slowing down a little bit here as they're coming up to mark 1. We're going to want to watch 13 really, really round this mark very slow. Put the brakes on boat 4 here.
Yeah, good compression trap by boat number 13. You know, the combo's still the same, but it's really chaotic right down there now, and that leads to opportunities. Maybe 14 is going to have a better rounding than 6.
That's the kind of piece you want to have.
Yep. And that was all done by 13, doing a nice job of compressing things.
Those mark roundings at boat 4, how important are those, Clay?
I'm sorry, the boat?
How important are the mark roundings at mark 4?
Really important. I mean, it sets the tone for the next beat, and allows you to properly get into your covering scheme. But look at that, like boat 13 did a nice job. They compressed everything. Boat 6 had to go down, and 14 came in with more speed, had a better rounding, and on a light air day like today, they're now ahead of boat 6. And Harvard can go play 4 and go from a losing combination to a winning combination.
Oof. 14 wants to be really careful there to not lose their bow leverage here on boat 6.
Yeah, boat 6 still has luffing rights, so they luffed them pretty hard. 14 did a good job of heading up, but that luff did allow 6 to get bow out a little. And 5's trying to do a pass back right now with with their teammate 6.
Which they're doing quite successfully here. Losing a little bit of that leverage they had now. Maybe 14 might have a piece of 4, which would be their next kind of little bite they'd have to go for here.
Yeah, Harvard 13 is going to try and keep the 1. Good dial. 14 did get a piece.
5's going to want to bite down hard on 14. I'd want them pinned. I wouldn't want them tacking at all.
Yeah, it's not going to last super long. 15 might need to come over and help out a little bit. But ultimately, you got to get somebody.
Lots of...
It's all right. I think 15's got to try and get over there to number 5. I guess we don't know where they are on the course.
I think 13 has an opportunity to go to a play 1 here from Harvard.
Well, there's 2 choices. We can do a pass back here, or boat 15 can tack and try to get a hold of a piece of something on number 5. And a lot of it depends on where the finish line is. The finish is just coming into view here, so there's quite a bit of starboard tack left. I think the problem we've run into now is that 6 is pinning 15 out into the ley line, and 15 can't go back and help their teammate, number 14.
Right.
So they tacked, but all they can do right now is just kind of follow 6 in their bad air all the way back.
They're in a tough spot here.
All right, so 13's reaching down at 4.
We're going to want a hard pin here if we're boat 13. But even then, it's quite hard because I believe they're laying it to the finish already.
Yeah.
There's not much that 13 can do here other than finish.
just get the 1. But
right. Boat 6
unfortunately, 5 and 6 are going to lay, and they're going to finish ahead of boat 14.
That's right. Unless 15, unless 15 somehow miraculously could go high here, but not necessarily. No, that's not the case. A great finish by BC, though.
Yeah, strong work in the play, too, that entire way around. Harvard did a nice job of making it close, but really solid work by Boston College.
A win for Boston College puts them into the round of 6. With that victory, it knocks Harvard back to a mark of 7-3. It gives Stanford a 3-loss lead over Harvard, Dartmouth, and the rest of the field. Just a great news for Stanford, good news for Boston College, and tough news for everybody there in the Crimson side of things. As we take a look into race number 60, Brown, this is much needed for the Bears. They would love to have this one and bring themselves back to a 5-5 mark and knock Penn back to a 5-5 mark.
Yep, big race for Brown. They look pretty solid right now with a 1-2, but they do have a deep 6, so by no means is it stable or going to be easy.
Yeah, we're looking for Brown to make this pass back happen immediately and then kind of just try to run.
Yeah, the pass backs happened. They're just trying to sail fast right now. Looks pretty light on this downwind.
Yeah, but Ford doing a pretty good job. I'd just be careful for 14 not to roll over the top of them here. You want to keep that inside advantage. They still have the leeward advantage here, but they're definitely getting lured. 14's doing a great job from Penn of just luring that boat up, but Brown, well done, just sticking with what they know. They're not getting lured all the way up high on the right-hand side. So they've come back. They trust their teammate. They know they can always fall back on them if anything happens, and just leading those 2 UPenn boats back to the Mark III.
Look at the finish line, and what you see there is Cornell crossing 3-4, MIT 5-6, and Cornell looks like a 1-3-4 finish for the Big Red.
Oh, it looks like a 1-2 for Cornell. With a
1-2-3.
3-4-5. Oh,
So-
that's the last boat. No,
Okay.
you'd be right.
So a 1-2-3 finish for Cornell. Quick looking there, and that proves to be big. Big thanks to our ESPN crew for jumping all over the place as we'll hop back over to the Penn Brown race. But the consequence of that race is Cornell with the win improves to 6-4. And for Cornell, they've got one more race left to go. And Brown, they need a win in this one. Brown needs to beat Boston College in its final race. And for Cornell, that suddenly means that if you're Brown, you're rooting for Penn in the last race of the day there. So a lot of moving parts still to go as we inch our way towards the top 6. A lot of spots have been solidified, but Brown is one of the teams still mathematically alive as they battle Penn here in race number 60.
Yeah, and it looks like Brown still has a little bit of a deeper 6. They're still maintaining their 1-2, doing a good job. 5's taking care of the right-hand side, and then they've got their other boat taking care of the left-hand side. But I'd keep an eye out for that massive gust I'm seeing on the left-hand side that may stir things up a little bit. If I were this Brown boat, I'd wait a little bit of tack. Probably head over now. There you go, keeping them in that coverage zone, that big cone. You don't have to tack immediately with them. You just want to tack when they start getting close to the exit of your coverage zone. So right about now, I'd want to tack. Well done, Brown. And maybe start talking to my teammate about what's going on over there on the left-hand side. I'd be looking for my teammate to start slowing pretty hard on the left-hand side.
So one thing this Brown boat can do here is they can do what's called herding the other boat. So you can loose cover Penn in this case, where Penn has some clean air, and you can encourage them to go to the right side of the course. But if 15 were to tack, this boat from Brown can come over and slam them right in front and give them bad air and encourage them to go back to the side. And that's one way of keeping them separate from maybe that other pair on the other side of the course. So I like this, as you were saying here, I like this loose cover 15. I think if I'm in boat 5 right now and 15 tacks, I'd look to tack almost immediately right in front of them and give them bad air the whole way back. See the finish line at the top of our screen. Yeah, I would go now if I was Brown.
Even coming out of that tack, they're looking pretty high and looking great from boat Brown. Now just waiting to make sure their teammates all clear, right? They're across, everybody's happy. Great job balancing here on that final upwind from Brown. Oof, and they are on a hot streak. That's a 1-2 for Brown.
So for the Brown Bears, they continue to rip off win after win. That is now a 4th straight victory for the Brown Bears. It improves them to 5-5. It drops Penn to 5-5. And so for right now, that's a tie for 7th place with both of those teams looking up at Cornell. And so that is a critical one down the stretch. Cornell takes on Penn. Brown takes on Boston College. We're going to keep our coverage and cameras rolling here on the Charles River in Boston. On the commentary side, we will step aside. We've got 7 more races to go in the round of 12 before we've got our top 6 settled. We'll be back on the commentary side of things in a moment. We welcome you back live. This is a race between Dartmouth and Tulane, a team that has assured itself a spot in the top 6. Tulane is a team that mathematically has been eliminated from the round of 6, but is still going to be fighting tooth and nail over its final races. And as we have been communicated official word, the weather's good, so we might as well be going while the weather is still good here tonight. So rather than lopping things off at a logical endpoint after the round of 12, we're going to keep plowing through, get as many of these races in before sundown to leave as little of the pie as possible for tomorrow. Races that have officially gone final since we last chatted with you. Brown knocked off Penn. That is what we saw. Stanford and Wisconsin did battle, and so it's Dartmouth and Tulane heading to the finish line here. Start of MIT and Harvard. The gracious hosts of this event this week and into May. 9 full days of sailing, spanning a couple of months. And in May, what is the format? What will we be looking at in May with the 4 days that we'll have coming up then?
Yeah, the first 2 days are going to be a semifinals. So you're going to have 36 teams from all across the country coming together, split up into a Western and Eastern semifinal group. That's all randomly selected as well. And so you'll have the 18 teams per semifinal group fighting for the top 8 spots, so that way they can move on to the finals. Top 9 spots moving on to the finals, which will be comprised of 18 teams. Harvard doing a great job here, going for a pin, boat 13. Not sure how long they'll be able to hold on here.
Yeah, that was nicely done. So they 13 pinned out an MIT boat and allowed their teammate in 15 to round in first. And that means a 1-2 for Harvard as they head to mark number 2.
So, Clay, what's the role of the 1 and the 2 in a play 1, rounding mark 2, heading downwind?
Well, you want to keep the 1-2 ideally. Usually the 1 sails straight, which boat 15 is doing, and the second place boat is going to make sure that they stay to the inside and ahead of the third place boat. If you have a little bit of a lead, it's a little easier. You can sail straight. You're not as challenged. This is a little closer, so the third place MIT boat is actually trying to sucker that Harvard boat high and slow them down. But maintaining the inside is really important so that as you get to the leeward mark, you control the zone and can make sure you round in the correct order. It's a little hard to see here, but it looks like Harvard has a 5th place boat too. So 1-2-5 is a stable combination. That 5th place boat is sitting on 4th's breeze, slowing them down a little bit, and then I think at the same time they're still staying ahead of 6. So they're helping their sailors out by slowing down that 4th place MIT boat.
Yeah, and they're doing a great job of that. So it looks like there's a little bit of breeze, more breeze on the left-hand side of the race course right now. So if you're boat 13 from Harvard, you want to be really careful not to let any of these MIT boats go a little bit higher of you and catch that breeze. But it looks like they've just caught wind of it, Harvard here, and on the left or right-hand side.
I liked what 14 actually did there. They were slowing down the 4th place boat, but they were slowing this boat down, but then all of a sudden this boat got a little bit of leverage over here, and they positioned themselves between them at the leeward mark, or heading into the leeward mark. They didn't get suckered into trying to chase. And now what they're going to do is position themselves to stay ahead of the 6th place boat and maintain that 1-2-5. So we'll see how these guys round. I'm always a big fan of 15. We'll wait, and then I like 15 tacking right now, earlier, because then they can control 6 out to the left side of the course. But as they distribute, 15's going to go left, 13's going to go right.
Pretty nice breeze here, bottom right. As you can see, 13 is kind of trucking along. Great speed here.
And again, it is so worth highlighting that these are the 2 host schools this week, that the administrators, the organizers, everybody and everything, all the efforts and sweat that have gone on to put this thing together, really spectacularly done. And those of us specifically here with the ESPN crew could not be more thankful for Harvard and MIT for their leadership in all of this.
Harvard's doing a good job here of maintaining their 3 pairs. As they come up the last beat.
For what it's worth, for what we saw and suspected 2 races ago, it was Stanford knocking off University of Wisconsin with a 1-2-5, so Stanford remains unblemished. 10-0, keeping distance between themselves and Boston College, Harvard, and Dartmouth. All 3 of those schools at 7-3. And so it's not going to be one school. It's going to have to be multiple schools that step up and take a chunk out of Stanford if anybody wants to catch the Cardinal in the round of 6 or the Final 4.
Just receiving word from the regatta organizers that the current thinking is to finish the round of 12 and to complete any sail-offs if needed and wait until tomorrow to start the top 6.
That would give us 19 races tomorrow, or 21 races, excuse me, tomorrow, 15 races in the round of 6, and then 6 more in the Final 4.
I think that'd be a good goal and a nice clean breaking point for the day as well. So these are the last races for these teams. Harvard looks pretty solid as they sail up to the finish line.
They did a great job of balancing on this upwind and maintaining that ace. One race I'll be curious to watch that we still haven't sailed due to it just being so back-to-back in the rotations is the Yale Bulldogs and Stanford Cardinal.
That is going to be a big one.
Which was race 49 that we still have to eventually get to.
So Harvard's going to win this race. And there you go. Starting on leg 1 of the course is Brown and BC. Important races for both of those squads as well.
Yeah, for BC, this is to stay in contact with Stanford at the top. BC is 7-3. They want to get to 8-3, of course, and match what Dartmouth has done this far. But for the Brown Bears, they need to win. That's first and foremost. That would get them to 6-5. If they were to win, then all of a sudden you'd be looking
the rest of the schedule, and if Penn were then to beat Cornell, you would have a three-way tie for that final spot.
Brown needs a win. They can't move on without a win.
That's the bottom line.
And then they need Penn to beat Cornell. So as we round this mark here, Brown is in a 1-5-6. And BC's in a pretty solid 2-3-4 with a little bit of a gap too. And as we've seen in other races, these BC boats are pretty fast, especially downwind.
Yeah, they usually do a great job doing the 2-3-4 coverage on the downwinds. Boat 1 has a super crucial job for Brown here, and it's just keep the one. Keep the one, and if you ever can, consolidate this race. Slow it down. And now your teammates, you're just hoping your teammates sail fast, right? If I'm a crew on the Brown Bears in boats 2 and 3, my head's out of the boat. I'm finding the next pressure, making sure we're sailing fast, adjusting all controls on the boat, and doing what you can. Control the controllable.
So things have condensed a little bit, but you can see boat 1 is being a little overwhelmed by the 3 chasing Boston College boats. They're doing a great job of just, as you said, Gloria, keeping the one and staying close and hoping to slow things down a little bit.
Yeah, the great boat handling is what kind of got the two of them through this, I think, because both of them, they're still.
So, sorry, it looks like they're conceding the one here. And that Boston College boat is going wide around the outside.
We saw this happen with the Yale race earlier today, and I believe it worked out for Yale in the end, where it's like, do you give up the one to consolidate this race? Here we go.
So, I see a hand being raised. But 12 was able to sail around the outside.
1 still has a piece, and if they lose the piece on 10, they're going to be in big trouble here.
Looks like a green flag I saw from an umpire.
This is a tough spot for the Brown Bears.
So, 12. Yeah. I was wondering if 12 could do anything better to help their teammate in 10, because they weren't really hurting boat 1, they were hurting their teammate more, and that allowed 1 to kind of roll over boat 10.
Yeah, I mean, I would have wanted a speed pass back there.
One of those interesting situations for Brown where they're 5-5 right now, and their 5 losses are to Yale, Stanford, Harvard, Cornell, Dartmouth. They beat the 5 they maybe should have beaten. They just didn't and have not yet gotten a race from a team that's ahead of them in the standings. And that is just so pivotal.
I would have, if I was boat 3, I would have tacked when my teammate tacked there. Just make 11, try to make a decision here. But 1 from Brown looking like they might be looking pretty all right on the left-hand BC boats. maybe not on 12, but may or may not have a piece of boat 11 from BC. Boat 12 doing a good job of tacking there.
This polar day sailor has come over to take a look.
Oh, yeah.
First 70-degree day on the water in Boston. Everybody's out on a Sunday.
Oh, yeah. Looks like 11 might have the cross here.
With
on
the
boat
with the day sailor?
Yeah. It looks like this may be a play 1 for BC here, as 11 is making this cross on boat 1. But maybe, I mean, it is tight. But being so close to the finish line doesn't look like 1 can do very much here.
Yeah, there's not much more they can do. 12's doing a nice job of slowing down boat 1. But the problem is, even if they can get 11, boat 10's right behind them to finish the race off.
They're just running out of space to do anything.
So it looks like Boston College is going to win this race with a 1-2, which at the same time, unfortunately, will end the regatta for Brown, as I don't think they're going to have enough wins to move on to the top 6.
Started out 1 and 5, won 4 in a row, got themselves back to the cusp. Needed 1 more win and then a little help from Penn. And instead we will shift our focus to Cornell and Penn. Cornell wins, they're in. Penn wins, they've drawn even with Cornell. So after this, we would still have Yale and Stanford to wrap things up. So should Penn beat Cornell here, both teams would be at 6 and 5. Would there be a sail-off with 2 teams, or is it simply a tiebreaker because Penn would now own the head-to-head victory over Cornell?
So I believe it would be a sail-off, and if the sail-offs, after the sail-offs, if it's still tied, but I believe that's when it's a 3-way tie, then they fall back to the who won head-to-head. But in this case, if it's just the 2 of them tied, then yes, I believe that they will do a sail-off on the water.
Cornell can avoid all that and all those questions with simply a victory over the Penn Quakers in race number 66, which should have been the final race of the day, but given the way that the schedule fell into place, that race number 49 between Yale and Stanford is being bumped to the back end of things. So we'll still have 1 more race to go in the round of 12 after this, pending, of course, a sail-off between Cornell and Penn.
So it looks like Penn right now is 13 and 15, leading the left and the right-hand side. I think positioned quite well. If I were just boat 15, I'd just be slightly worried about boat 5 from Cornell, and I'd be counting on my teammate in 13 to, my teammates rather, in 13 to keep a close eye on 5, maybe slow them down a little bit, just make sure that I can gain touch back with the finish. I definitely would have held there, personally, if I was 13, and just held on to 5. I see they're trying to touch back with the left-hand boats. I'm just not sure. Depending on the finish, you can see the finish coming into the top right-hand corner. Now, 15's making that touch back with boat 5. Luckily for 15, boat 5 also tacked with them and under them, making it pretty easy to kind of cover on the way back. Worth noting, Cornell's boat all the way on the left-hand side has come back into the picture, which goes to show Penn did the right thing of going out to the left-hand side, just to touch back in with their leftmost boat from Cornell. Now looking for 13 to slow pretty hard on boat 4 here. Not necessary since they're laying, so. Looks likely that Penn is coming in with a 1-2 finish here. Clay, what does that mean for the standings?
I think it means Penn and Cornell are going to be tied at the end of this round robin here.
6 and 5 apiece. Just need 15 to get across that finish line ahead of the incoming 6. Even regardless, as 6 makes its way in.
Yeah.
You got a 1-3-5 in all likelihood here for Penn.
Oh yeah, they're gonna. So Penn's gonna win this race and bring their record up to 6 and 5, and Cornell's gonna fall to 6 and 5 as the 6th and 7th teams. And as Gloria mentioned earlier, I think they're gonna try and do a sail off for the last spot into the top 6. And there's one more race for the top 6. For this 12-round robin. It's between Stanford and Yale, and that's about to start, which should be a really good one between 2 of the better teams here.
Stanford at 10-0, trying to stay perfect through the round of 12.
That's right. Now, if Yale wins this, this would be a 4-way tie for 2nd. So I can only imagine that Yale is going to want to win this more than ever.
Well, you mentioned earlier, this is the third women's team racing national championship. Yale won the first 2.
That's right.
Right now, everybody is 3 races in the loss column behind Stanford. And with limited racing tomorrow, just be top 6 and a top 4. I think if there's any chance that anyone's going to beat Stanford, I think Yale's going to need to take this race.
Right now?
Yeah.
Getting back to within 2 races, 2 wins, 2 losses.
And then you control your destiny, because if you win out and you face Stanford twice more, you'll win any tiebreakers.
I mean, that is still requiring you to win 8 races tomorrow, but it's...
But you control your destiny.
Yep.
A loss, and you're going to need a lot of help. So this is an important race for both squads.
And to be clear, it is race 49, but this is concluding after race 66. From earlier, race 48 also included Yale in what was a little bit of a scheduling quirk. So the race organizers decided, okay, let's bump this on the backside of things so everybody's got adequate rest. And that seemed to be the prudent decision to get these 2 very competitive teams out on the water under pristine conditions.
There's 2 minutes left in sequence. In team racing, 2 minutes means that you can kind of start to interact with the other boats pre-start. Clay, would you say that you were more aggressive pre-start, or were you more, I'm doing my own thing?
I think definitely aggressive pre-start. I don't know if I necessarily waited until I heard 2 minutes and then pounced, unless there was an opportune time. Maybe you see an opponent outside the pin and there is someone you can sail over and kind of hold outside. I would certainly take advantage of that. But I think all these teams, gone are the days where there's casual team racing around the course. I think all of these guys, all of these teams are strong, and they're team racing before the start, throughout the race. They're not waiting to make a pass back. The good teams are actively doing it when it's the first available.
I like that answer.
And yet it's an answer that always includes the pin.
Yeah.
Hey, if there's an opportunity to start at the pin, you'll find me there.
So it looks like it is also confirmed that they will not be starting the top 6 today, but that is something that they will be starting tomorrow. That is 20 seconds to go. $11 and $2. Interesting start there with 11 and 2. I almost feel like 11 could have held out boat 2 there. Been a little bit more aggressive pre-start and been like, don't jibe, lured boat, but that would have been helpful for their teammate, boat 10, who just got shut out at the boat.
I just saw an interaction with 2 and 11 at the start. I thought 2 did a nice job of holding up 2 Stanford boats. 10 had to tack around and restart, and that just allowed their teammates to get a better start.
Oof.
Yeah, that was that interaction at the start, so.
Wow. Well, that's in Yale's favor.
Yeah.
And essentially everybody else's, I guess, everybody else's favor.
Right. The rest of the field.
Yeah, let's replay that start.
Yeah, potential catch up from that for the other teams, right?
We'll take a look at the start of this one and what went wrong for Stanford.
Yeah, so boat 2 did a really nice job of holding up 10 and 11 to start, and then luffed up pretty aggressively, and 11 wasn't able to respond and keep clear, and drew the foul. So it was a good job of boat 2 to slow down those guys and draw a foul.
There's boat 1 here from Yale controlling the left-hand side, and boat 3 and 2 leading back to mark 1 here on starboard. 12 from Stanford just trying to make something happen here leading up to mark 1. All they can really do is just kind of luff up any boats windward of them and try and slow things down.
I like boat 1 tacking here and sailing fast, because if boat 3 can slow down 12, they might be able to round in first, and then 2 can always pick up covering duties on number 10 if needed. I mean, I think Yale's actually going to round here on a 1-2-3.
If I were 2, I'd even hold a pin here, which that's exactly what they're doing.
Yep.
Holding out, giving their teammates lots of runway to just run away with the 1-2 here.
Oh, and it looks like 2 might have fouled in that process. So it was successful in that they allowed their teammates to get a little ahead, but you could also argue it was a little unsuccessful, and now you have a 1-2-6, which is an unstable winning combination.
Luckily, what I like to see is that 2 spun right away, did not wait for an umpire flag. Had they waited for an umpire flag, it probably would have been ruled against them in that instance, and 2 spins would have made them a very deep 6. Whereas right now they're in the 6, not great, but they have plenty of room to catch up here. Kind of put the pressure on Stanford. But like you said, gave their teammates a little bit of a lead here. And like we were talking about earlier, when you're in a 1-2, one boat kind of goes high, or one boat goes low and sails fast straight to the mark. The other one kind of sails high just to keep in touch with the players behind them. And here you see Yale is able to kind of sail fast straight towards the mark. They're able to keep in touch with these boats if need be, but we've got 2 really, really fast and great boat handling teams, so it's going to be a little hard to count on your speed to catch up here on these downwinds. Boat 10 here, starting to get much closer to boat 3 from Yale. Definitely going to be fighting for some inside. Once again, boat 1 is there to help out if need be.
So I think if I was boat 3 in this situation, I'd probably slow down a little bit. I'd let boat 1, your teammate, get a little bit of a lead and kind of get in a comfortable covering spot. You know it's going to be close, so maybe condense it a little bit yourself.
Yeah, I'd want to put in a little bit of a bump if I'm so close to the 3, you know, so.
Yeah, I think if I'm 1 here, I tack immediately.
Yeah, and even boat 1 didn't have like the tightest rounding there, you know. It's one of those, it's going to make all the difference to get a clean mark rounding.
Maybe it's just me, but I personally, as the lead boat there, number 1, I like to tack as boat 10 is rounding, so that you never let them get bow out going to the left. If you wait for them to tack and then you respond, there's a chance, especially on that shifty Charles River, where you get a left-hand shift and you're never in control of them. Now, it ended up working out there, but that's not always going to be the case.
Right.
It's all about finding those moments all the way throughout the race, all the way around the course, where the percentage chance that your opponents are getting around you is minimized. And like I said, it worked out in their favor, but it could have been a little bit higher percentage had they done attack earlier.
That's right. And the left-hand side is looking pretty light, but we'll see how those boats come back. We've been seeing those big shifts on the left-hand side. Same thing on the right, though. So 3 is going to want to start pretty aggressively, slowing 12. It looks like they are coming back. A little bit of a shift here. See boat 10 coming in, potentially crossing boat 3. It's going to be tight.
Yeah, I think boat 10 has a shot at boat 3.
I think so. If I was 3, I'd probably pin down hard on 12 now, and try and see if my boat 2 can get ahead, right? So looks like boat 1 has the 1, and maybe go for a play. Ooh,
big dial down from 12 on 2.
I'd be calling for a play 4 here.
10 needs to jump on 3, 12 needs to jump on 2.
3 needs to jump on 12.
3 needs to jump on 12.
They were a little bit late to it.
All right, so the passback's been made. I would tack with them 10. There they go.
Wow.
So Stanford has done a nice job on this last beat of finding a wrinkle in Yale's Two-boat defense and converting to a play 2.
Wow. It was one of those things where do unto others as they're doing unto you, but who's going to act the fastest? And Stanford was just so quick with that speed pass back. I mean, like, they were just quick with it. They didn't even give Yale a chance to think there.
It's going to be interesting to see about 11 and 1. I think if 11 can cross, I don't think they're going to cross. They're going to get as close as they can. Really risky. You knew boat 1 was going to do something there. I don't like that move by 11 because now they're spinning.
Oh, wow. That's a 1 for Yale.
2 for Stanford. 3 for Stanford.
Ooh.
It comes down to whoever got it from 12 and 3. I think Stanford won. I think Stanford won with a 2-3-5.
I believe so as well. I'm just not sure 3 edged it out there.
Really close.
That's the difference between Stanford being 11-0 and having a huge gap between themselves and the rest of the field.
Here's what I'm thinking. I think a boat 11 has to tack here. You know that boat 1 is going to try something to try to prolong the race or affect them. So they're going to shoot up hard, and in a close race, you're never going to get that call or that edge. So 1 shoots up, they put their hand up, they call for an umpire. 11 has to spin. All of a sudden, it's a race. So number 1 is going to finish in first place. 1 to Yale. Number 10 is going to finish in second place. And then, oh, it's so hard to see. I would give the edge to 12, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if it's 12 and then 3 and then 11, that would be a 2-3-5 for Stanford, which would maintain their perfect record.
Yeah.
Wow.
Great drone footage right down the line for us to be able to get our own look at that. So this is the sail-off race. That was the Stanford Yale was the last race of the round of 12, and this is a sail-off for the last spot in the group of 6 from Cornell and Penn.
Oh. That's a red flag from the umpires for boat 5 from Cornell. That is going to be a 720, and in this light air, not super great for their team, as they're now going to be fighting hard for this play 2. They've got 2 teammates in the 2 and the 3. They're going to want to clamp down super hard on their opponents behind them.
Penn's just going to go play 4. They have the 1, 15 slowed down, and they were going to wait up for 5, who was just spinning, and try to gap them.
And this is coming on the heels of Penn beating Cornell head-to-head in order to force this sail-off. And now it's Penn forcing Cornell into a 720 and getting the upper hand, no doubt.
Pretty crazy that this last race between Penn and Cornell raced last in this round, and then they're racing the very next race for the sail-off. So 2 in a row. Cornell would have had to win 1 of those 2 to move on. Penn having to win both of them to move on. 1 to force the sail-off and then win the sail-off itself. Looks like Cornell has actually done a nice job of potentially converting that to a play 2.
And Cornell coming in with room on all ends here. Not leaving very much room or any doors open for Penn to round inside of them.
All right, 15 was able to sneak through.
Looking for some teammates to get back and help out.
Oh, what a great hook by 15. What a great hook by 15. 4 and convert to a play 4. Up, and 15 claimed there was no room. I don't know if 4 was able to sneak in there.
That was pretty fast too around there. Those.
You know, 4 didn't have room, but they were able to sneak through there. So if you can get in there and they can't get to you, you're fine. And I think that was a green flag.
You got to be fast with it, and I think boat 4 was super fast with it. Well done by them.
So, little shake up there. Cornell looks to be,
I'd say in control of the left-hand side.
yep, I think they're 6 definitely is winning. I wouldn't say they're controlling, but winning. 5's definitely winning from the right, so I would say they have the edge at the moment. I think if I'm 13, I need to get a grasp on somebody. It's probably going to be 5. So just to remind everyone, this is a sail-off for the 6th and final spot in the top 6, which will start tomorrow. So this is our last race of the day. Here comes 13. Leaving boat 5. And they need to prevent Cornell from getting a 1-2 or a 1-3. So look for 13 to try to close that gauge to windward on 5 and slow them down to let their teammates 14 and 15 catch up. 5 is doing a nice job of not being affected by 13 yet.
It's a good pin by 5 here. If I was, like you said, 13, you kind of want to get as much point as possible. I mean,
You can see them just willing that boat to windward a little bit, and I think they're slowly getting up to them.
5 is definitely starting to get a little uneasy in there in that spot, so we'll see him tack off soon.
Now, conversely, if 13 is moved into the 1, Penn can go play 4 here. And that's what it looks like they're doing. It looks like Cornell is abandoning the 1, and they say, all right, we need to finish this and play 2. 5, you can see 5 is going back over here to take out that combination, and then they're going over here to try to win that combination. So, all right, we have our first boat across the line. Penn is finished with a first place. Five really needs to clamp on 14.
Oh.
That was a...
Arguably, 15 was maybe lured there.
Yeah.
But hard to tell if they had crossed and then they kind of hit between that tack.
So, Cornell with a 2-3. And then I just heard
4. I believe that's a red flag. 4.
4. So it looks like Penn is going to end up taking that one, and 4 is penalized. This looks like the lured mark. So we're replaying.
The hook from 15, I believe.
Yeah, replaying the lured mark. 13 rounds in first, and then 6 and 5. 15 comes in and does a really nice job here. Watch this play as we go here.
This is what kind of stirred up the whole race right here.
Yeah, got him in it. So I think 15 does a nice job. They slow down. 4 has to make a decision. Do I go above or below? They go above, and then 15 heads up really fast, picks off number 4, and lets their teammates number 14 sail through. Really nice job by 15 there. 4 has to tack around. Yeah, great game-changing play right there by number 15.
So for the Penn Quakers, they needed to win race number 66 to extend life here today, and then needed to win 67 against the exact same opponent, knocking off Cornell twice in a matter of minutes and being able to take care of things by finishing
1:45 and forcing the 4 boat from Cornell into a penalty as we take a look at what the round of 6 will look like when we pick up coverage tomorrow. And that is a lot of ground for teams to make up. It's going to need to be a group effort to track down the Cardinal.
So, yeah, great day in the water by all of these teams. We saw some really nice racing, high level of team racing. It's no surprise to me that Stanford sits up top. And we're in for a really good day for tomorrow.
We take one more look at the finish, and it was that 4 boat for Cornell that got itself into some trouble.
So just reliving this, boat 13 did a nice job of getting the 1. We see 5 and 6 from Cornell abandoning the 1 and saying we're going to need to go play 2 if we're going to win this race. Boat 6 is going to try and clamp down on 15. Boat 5 is going to go over on 14. And we're going to play through, and there was an incident here with 4 that we're going to try and see. So 15 comes down onto 4 to clamp down. 15's clear ahead. They go to Lure to Luff, and kind of the drone kind of cut out right at the key moment there. But regardless, it was a foul called on number 4. And Penn finishes with a 1-4-5, and they're going to move on.
Well done by Penn.
Well, that'll put a wrap on today's activity. What we know is that we've got 6 teams on to the round of 6. And the Penn Quakers, one of those with smiles across their faces, winning 2 races when it counted most, knocking off Cornell in back-to-back races to close out competition here today. And tomorrow action begins bright and early. We will update you on Harvard social media and thereabouts on when coverage resumes. Fingers crossed for some steady, hearty wins tomorrow on the Charles River in Boston. We've got 15 races in the round of 6. We've got 6 more races in the round of 4. 21 more races to go with 67 out of the way already, and we will have a women's team racing national champion. For our entire ESPN crew, for my broadcast partner, Gloria Kevlicuite and Clay Johnson, I'm Adam Giardino signing off from Boston. Thanks for hanging out with us. Day 1 of Women's Team Racing National Championships.